Oh, I got a piss shiver.
I think that's the opening line. That's the opening line.
Good.
That's great. That's perfect.
It
Hey,
is.
everybody.
It is.
We're here. If maybe someone could put in chat, because I'm not getting chat. I think it's because my screen is reading. Artemis, could you maybe keep an eye on
Yeah,
chat
I got it
for us?
open.
Okay.
I got it.
That
We're
would be
good.
great. I appreciate
Are we
that.
streaming already? Because this is scintillating.
We are
Yeah.
streaming already. This is scintillating. Absolutely. So I'm Jeremy. I'm your storyteller tonight. I have 4 amazing guests, and we are going to be playing some Hunter the Reckoning. And it's the newest version of the game. And hopefully you like it if you're a World of Darkness fan. That would be great. I would love it if you'd like it. So let's go around quickly. We're going to introduce our players. We're not going to introduce their characters. That's all worked into our opening scenes, hopefully. And so we're just going to introduce our players, and then we're going to jump right into this thing. It is 10 o'clock, and we want to get this done before the wee hours of the morning for us on the East Coast here. So let's start with, Mr. Stashwick, can we start with you?
I would love that. I insist. No. Hi, I'm Todd Stashwick. I'm thrilled to be here. Honored to be asked to help out for Extra Life for Kids, and to roll dice in this game tonight with all these fine people. I'm an actor and writer who lives in sunny Los Angeles, and I have too many pets. And yeah, there you go.
Oh, I didn't know that. How many pets do you have?
Oh, way too many. We don't have enough time.
You couldn't even count?
No, I could. We still don't have enough time.
We still don't have enough time. Fair enough. And we're happy to have you here, Todd. That's
good to be here. Thank you.
That's awesome. Since I did not mention this, we are fundraising tonight for Extra Life.
I just did.
And I believe if you type in exclamation charity or exclamation,
I got it.
Do you know which one it is?
Yes, I do.
So if you have a couple bucks to throw that way, please do. It goes to support local children's hospitals and children's charities. For those that don't know, my daughter has cystic fibrosis. She uses one of the hospitals that is on this list. We use it regularly, and so I know the money goes to the programs. Like, it's not for anybody that's sort of skeptical. So it's a great charity, and if you have the ability to throw a couple bucks that way, we would love it. Let's go on to Emily. Emily, who are you?
I'm Emily. I have a miniature painting Instagram, Corvée_miniatures. I write D&D one-shots. I've run a couple of them on this channel.
Yes, you have.
I also play in the Fixies 5 on Friday evenings. I play a lot of D&D, and this is exciting because it's not D&D.
And we're going to GaryCon together.
Yes.
You gonna be at GaryCon?
Yeah.
I have never been to an in-person convention. I was supposed to go.
That was my first.
I was supposed to go to Gen Con 2020, and then
COVID.
The world blew up.
Yeah. So this is very exciting for me.
Ryan, who are you?
I'm just a guy. I have a website, CanadianDice.ca. I sell all kinds of dice and stuff. I'm not trying to sell anything here tonight. I just want to help raise the money. And yeah, I'm from Toronto area, London, Ontario.
Yeah.
And I'll be going to GaryCon too. So it's exciting.
You and I are rocking the Canadian accents here tonight.
Yeah.
There we go. Thanks, Ryan.
And hopefully Jeremy and I have a one-shot that's coming out soon.
We have a one-shot that we've put together. We got the art in. It looks great. We just have to get the sort of the layout done, and we're going to throw that out there. And last but not least, Artemis. People better know who you are here.
By now, yeah, I hope so. I'm here a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I am Artemis. I am the content coordinator and social media manager for the Vactaire. Afi's personal assistant, and I DM on Friday nights. I play in her game on Monday nights, and about 80 other things throughout the week that I always forget. But yeah, I'm always here. I don't really ever leave anymore. So
there we go. And that is the best group of players I could possibly ask for. My name is Jeremy. I'm with
or could get.
No, I think ask for. But we'll let you decide.
No, they're kind of the same thing, right?
Let's play a bit and see what we think.
We'll see by the end.
So very quickly, I'm Jeremy. I'm with Old Men Rolling Dice, which is a podcast and Instagram account, and I host Prep or Die, sort of like a D&D game show thing with Affy over on Goodman Games.
She's yelling at you in chat, by the way.
For what?
She said, "Wow, rude."
She's blaming me for something already?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably coming at me.
That's what I do. That's what I do. All right. So tonight we will be playing Hunter the Reckoning. I want to give a very quick warning to anyone in chat there. There could be some delicate topics that we are not going to plow into, but they could be alluded to, or, you know, with your own imagination, you could go places. So viewer discretion, a little bit of viewer discretion advised. I don't think I've done anything here worse than a Criminal Minds episode. So if Criminal Minds freaks you out, then you might not want to be here. Okay? With that said, let's jump into this. Let's do this. So, our tale begins in 1984. It's October, on a day not unlike today, in Pennsylvania. Trees are changing colors to yellow, orange, and red, and the sun is shining, but also a cool wind is blowing, a reminder that colder, harsher times are ahead. The radio is playing songs like Madonna's Like a Virgin, Van Halen's Jump, and Bon Jovi's Runaway. Movie theaters are showing movies like Footloose, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and Conan the Destroyer. Some might say these were simpler times. No internet, no cell phones. Small towns kept to themselves and handled their own business. But you need to know a little bit about what happened before 1984. And for that, we need to go back 10 years to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh 1974 is a city that has fallen on hard times as its steel industry begins to collapse. There's empty warehouses, empty steel mills, and hardworking people are desperate without jobs. 13 boys went missing in Pittsburgh that year, all around the age of 17. No bodies were ever found, just their teeth. Newspapers called it the Toothfairy cases. Police were looking, but, well, let's just say they were looking. The families hired a talented young private investigator named Mike Pellico, and it wasn't long till his research led him to an abandoned steel mill. He found the 13th boy, Jamie Frost. Jamie was 17, and he had beautiful blonde hair, and it was unkempt and curly. Jamie slumped on his knees, and his arms stretched up over his head. Restraints held him against an old piece of machinery. Jamie's face was a bloody mess. Skin hung from it like laundry on clotheslines. Blood pooled on the floor around his knees, and his teeth were scattered all over the floor, and his jaw broken. Mike rushed to Jamie. And Mike, what did Jamie say? What did Mike say to Jamie when he reached him?
I got you, kid. I got you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Your nightmare's over.
Jamie looked up at him, his mouth just a bloody hole of gums and tissue. One eye had closed up and looked like a purple plum ready to pop. He slurred out, "Mommy, I want my mommy." Now, the boy was 17 years old. He probably hadn't referred to his mother as mommy in many years. But it's a documented fact that grown men in the horrors of war will call for their mommy in their final moments. And that's what this kid was doing. It was then that Mike heard one of those scattered teeth crush behind him. Something big. He turned his head, and wham! One hit, and the darkness took over. One hit, and unconsciousness greeted him. In one hit, his jaw broke, his skull fractured, and 3 teeth bounced across the cold stone floor. He'd later wake up in a hospital, and it would take months to heal from this wound. Reconstructive surgery after reconstructive surgery. The parents who had hired Mike, unfortunately, held him responsible. He had found the Toothfairy and let them get away. Mike wouldn't be the same. His face had lost a little bit of symmetry due to the injuries, but it was more than that. What did Mike take for the pain? What did Mike take to make himself feel whole again?
Well, prior to this, Mike only thirsted for one thing, and that was justice. He was driven by dark needs that were formed during his time in Vietnam. He brought that back with him, let it fuel him in his search for justice. But after he'd been broken, he had a new thirst. And that came in a bottle from Kentucky. He'd hear the click in his head. He would hear the click in his head as the bite would hit the back of his throat, and everything would get quiet.
One last question for Mike. What is the one thing from that night with Jamie that keeps haunting you?
That child's one blue eye, staring at me, beckoning me for help, unblinking. It was the eye of a child. Everything else was bruised and broken and bloody, but there was a purity to that, a beckoning and an innocence.
It's now 1984, and we find ourselves in your rundown Pittsburgh apartment. Newspaper articles from the 74 cases hang on the wall everywhere, as well as other newspapers from all over the country that bear some resemblance to the case that you were on. What else does the apartment look like?
Stained Venetian blinds and empty pizza boxes. There is a small cat, but it's not mine, that I feed every now and then that comes in through the open window from the rain. It's there right now. I haven't bothered to give it a name, because why name something if it's going to come when you call it? There's empty bottles of bourbon. There's dishes in the sink. There's a fly strip filled with flies. And on the radio, Duran Duran's Rio plays.
As that song sort of hits the chorus, the TV is in the corner and it's just playing low, but something catches your ear. I'm Ted Hollingsworth, and I'm here in Ridgeway, Pennsylvania, where a number of boys have disappeared. Police are telling us that the boys have troubled backgrounds, and they've likely run away. Sheriff Rose cited that in one case, a letter was received by the family from their son, saying he was well and in Texas. We spoke with Reverend Flanagan of St. Paul's Church, who is urging the community to be vigilant until more details become available. This is Ted Hollingsworth for Number 8 News.
I dash to my nightstand and I throw open a drawer and I rifle through a bunch of things. I move a gun to the side and I find a journal, because things that he's saying are ringing familiar. And through my bourbon-fueled haze, I start going through my journal.
The dots all begin to connect. This is the best lead you've had in 10 years. If the Toothfairy is still out there, you think Ridgeway, Pennsylvania is where you need to be. It's a few hours drive outside of Pittsburgh, but you make haste in that direction. We're then going to fade across to a car. This car's been on the road since 4 o'clock in the morning. And Reverend Hildegard sits in the passenger seat, and the bright lights bother her eyes every time a car passes. But fortunately, there's few cars on the road at this time of night. The road snakes its way through the Appalachians, and you quietly watch the dark trees pass. You got the call yesterday from Bishop Randall of the Long Night. The Long Night is a compact of loosely gathered faithful Christians who believe the world is in the midst of tribulation. And they fight the creatures of darkness as part of God's holy army. The Long Night received a handwritten letter from the Central Bank of Ridgeway. It was on their letterhead. The letter states plainly, the kindred are not to be blamed for the missing boys in Ridgeway. A Reverend Flanagan of St. Paul's Church is the local preacher. He's probably never heard about the Long Night, but you know all about him. You have a file in your bag. Flanagan knows the people and the town very well. He could serve useful. If he doesn't want to help you, Reverend, you have photos from his nephew's bachelor party. The girls in the photos look barely of age. The Long Night picked you because you are the resident expert on the kindred, vampires. Aren't you, Reverend?
Unfortunately, yes.
Tell us how many people died because of your lust for vampire blood.
I believe it was approximately 7. But who knows how many more were hurt.
Do you feel guilty?
Of course. I didn't have control over myself.
I mean, your kindred master did the killing, but you were the bait, weren't you? You lured them to their end.
It's hard to resist helping a lady of the cloth.
What do you think about these missing teen boys? What if there's another ghoul that's lured them away?
It's always a possibility, but if I can save them, I mean, I would die trying to save them.
If there is a kindred in Ridgeway, can you resist its blood?
That I don't know.
You turn at that point and look at your driver. She's young. If you'd kept drinking that blood, you'd still be young like her. You'd be immune to aging. You'd be strong. I'm gonna let you think about that for a moment. As Jessie, a student of the occult, who comes from very rich parents, you've never really wanted for anything. I mean, tell us about the car you're driving, Jessie.
Yeah, so it's a fully restored 1969 Tempest with a rag top, and I've had it for a while now. It's my baby.
It's been a quiet drive since you left New York. Working as a consultant for the Long Night, you couldn't ask for a better break. You've heard of Reverend Hildegard, too. You know her secret. She was one of them. She was a ghoul. She was a servant of a vampire, and you find that fascinating. You're not that older than these missing boys, are you?
Nope, I'm only 24. Just a baby myself.
Does Jessie think she's up for this?
Oh yeah, she's been hungering for a reason to get out in the field for a while now. She has been trying to get field experience, and now this is her first real lead.
You're writing a book about the occult, specifically blood magic, and you need some field experience. You need to bear witness to what's out there. You need to see the unexplainable. But then, you're unexplainable yourself, aren't you? What affliction do you have?
I suffer from stigmata, have since I was just a kid.
And where do you think that comes from? Is it a curse?
I really don't know. I'm kind of out here to find out, maybe. Everybody around me used to think that it was, for sure. Never had many friends growing up.
As you glance across at the Reverend beside you, her focus is on the road and the trees. But you know, she's probably thinking about you, isn't she? I mean, if you're a stigmata, if you have powers like they have powers, if those powers can now be explained through blood magics or some supernatural entity, will you be the target of the Long Night's next hunt? Would the good Reverend turn on you? Can you trust her?
Honestly, I think Jessie would probably find that prospect a little fascinating in and of itself.
Reverend, you look at the clock. It's 6 a.m. now. The two of you should arrive in Ridgeway around 8 a.m. You plan to visit the sheriff. It's always a good idea, sort of the long night's policy. Let law enforcement know you're in town and looking around. Then you're not the bad guy if you cross any lines. Maybe Sheriff Rose can shed some additional light on what's happening with these boys. And maybe he knows who wrote the letter. The police station is busy this morning. The parking lot is full as you arrive, Sheriff Rose. You can see from the outside that the waiting room is packed. Today's going to be a hard one, though, isn't it, Sheriff Rose? It's the anniversary of Sharon's passing, your wife. How did she die again?
It was a very aggressive brain tumor, cancer.
It's why you moved to this little town from Pittsburgh, to get away from those reminders, isn't it?
Yeah, we wanted a slower life for my daughter and I. It's hard raising a teenage daughter on your own.
If that wasn't enough, your daughter Nancy ran away last week after you two had a fight. Do you remember what the fight was about?
Yeah, I caught her sneaking out, probably drinking with her friends again. Maybe her boyfriend, Dustin.
Sometimes when you look at Nancy, you see your wife, don't you? They have the same eyes, and it tears at your guts. You push her away sometimes, because you can't lose Sharon all over again, isn't that right?
Yeah.
If you disconnect from Nancy, then she can't hurt you. So as you pull into the driveway, your mind thinks, when was the last time you put your revolver in your mouth?
About 2 years now.
With these 3 missing boys, you've been busy. You're sure Nancy grabbed a bus back to Pennsylvania. She's probably staying at your sister's house there. You need to call your sister, Sheriff. Don't get sidetracked. You need to make that call. You park the car, or are you driving a truck? What are you driving?
Probably an old pickup truck. Late 70s pickup truck.
Are you going to go in through the front door? There's lots of people in that lobby.
No, I'll avoid the crowd. Too many questions right now. I'm gonna see if I can go around the back.
You go in the back door and your administrator, Kathy, just glares at you. She walks over and gives you a coffee in one hand and the mail in the other. Does she make good coffee?
No, it's god-awful.
She's clearly angry. Would she be so angry if she knew what today is for you?
I think she might have some idea.
You're late.
Look, Kathy, I got a lot on my plate right now.
There's a private investigator in your office. He didn't give me a choice. He just barged right in there. He was here real early. Says it's very urgent.
All right.
Hey,
Kathy.
whoa! Anne from Anne's Flowers is here. Some kid scratched up her delivery van. You know what Anne likes. She's the fucking center of the world.
Jesus Christ, Kathy.
And Dana Goodfellow, she's here. She wants to speak to you about her son, Dustin. Isn't he seeing your daughter?
Yeah, he is.
She says he's not been home all week. Does your daughter maybe know where he is?
Well, I was thought maybe they had run off together, but I'll take care of it.
Nancy's not home either?
Kathy, don't worry about it, okay?
Jesus Christ! Sheriff Rose, is this involved with the boys?
Kathy, let me have my goddamn coffee.
Okay, one more. There's a Reverend Hildegard from New York here. She says she drove all night. She's not alone. She has some creepy assistant with her. Says it's got something to do with the boys. They're coming out of the woodworks this morning, Rose.
All right, just let me deal with this investigator first, and then I'll see what else we can do here, okay?
All right. And don't forget your mail, and drink your coffee. You look like shit.
Always a pleasure, Kathy.
Kathy returns to the front desk to try to calm down the masses that are gathered there. And you walk into your office to find Mike Pellico. What does Mike Pellico look like when the sheriff walks in?
So Mike looks like Mark Ruffalo if he looked like me. So He's on the wrong side of 40. His face is kind of half put back together. It affects how he talks a little bit. You wouldn't notice it. He thinks it's huge. And so he's kind of constantly ducking his face away. His brow is a little broken. So he's got a bit of a relaxed eye, almost Columbo. So he's back there again. He sees his reconstruction. They did the best they could. He sees it far worse than anybody else would receive it. But he's very self-conscious, so he kind of is hiding and ducking his face away. I'm actually seated in the sheriff's chair, and I am going over paperwork with my journal, and I'm looking for stuff. I look up, and I go, it smells like they have some coffee that's been made. Could you have them bring it in?
How you doing there, friend?
Thirsty. I could use a little coffee, thanks. How you doing, Ed?
Well, see, it's been a bit of a morning.
Yeah, which is, I haven't slept for about 24 hours, so I could really use that coffee.
Sure, that makes two of us. Hey, Kathy, you bring some of that terrible coffee in here?
Right away, bros. You gonna listen to that man?
Would I recognize him?
Yes, he has a point in fame, so there's something familiar about him. What is your intelligence and streetwise pool?
Me or him?
Sheriff.
Okay.
Intelligence is 2, streetwise is 1.
1, so a total of 3. Yeah, you can't put your finger on it. He's familiar. You've seen him.
And I've done all my research already, like on this guy, because I got to know where I'm going to. So I have a familiarity with him that might be off-putting.
All right, friend. Well, maybe we could talk if you want to.
Oh, yeah, forgive me. And he starts collecting up all his papers. He's a bit of an unmade bed. Collecting everything up. He's got his journal.
I am looking for another deputy, but I don't.
Yeah. And I'd move. I notice on the couch in your office there's a pillow and a blanket there, for God knows whatever reasons. I kind of shove them to the side and have a seat on the couch. And I'm like, do you mind if I smoke?
Please.
Trying to quit. So I go in.
Kathy comes in at that point as you're getting your cigarette together. She's like, "Oh, make yourself at home. Here you go, sir."
Thank you. You can just shut it down right there. I can't get my Zippo to light.
Oh yeah, of course. I could drink it for you too. Sheriff,
I apologize for being
here,
rude.
Sheriff. There's a big line. Don't you forget about me. And she walks back out of the office.
I kind of slide across the desk like one of those old like golf ball on a stand lighters.
Oh, yeah.
Slide that across.
I just lean in, grab a hit off of it. I find an empty tab can, start using it as an ashtray.
Probably got my chewing tobacco spittoon there. Use that.
Deja vu all over again, Ed.
How do you mean, friend?
These kids, these boys, you and I have a big problem.
Now I think I recognize you.
I apologize for that.
Tell me who you are there.
When he mentions the boys, I'm going to say you click. It
It
clicks.
just clicks?
He's older than you remember. This was 10 years ago, but the Toothfairy cases come flying back to you, and you recognize Mike as being the private eye that the family's hired.
I would have been a younger detective in Pittsburgh at the time as well. So, okay.
That's why he knows his name.
Yeah.
Mike would have made sure he knew who all the attending police officers were at the time. His ambition got ahead of him. Yeah, we got a problem, and it's probably worse than you possibly could imagine.
Well, I've been working these cases for, well, what's the longest one? 7 weeks now, the first boy.
And how far did you get?
Well, it's Glenn Rogers, 17 years old. I've run-ins with him before. He's a bit of a peeping Tom.
What the kid look like?
Short, redhead, correctly. Bit
What
of a
color was
pervert.
his eyes?
Brown.
I'm writing all this down. Redhead, brown eyes.
Caught him exposing himself. To put it gently.
Boys will be pervs.
He was on the wrong track. He was on his way heading to juvie, but he went missing.
Tell me about the others.
You got Aaron McInnes, about 5 weeks ago. 16-year-old boy, just up and went missing after football practice.
McGinnis?
McInnes, yeah.
How old?
16.
Okay, keep going.
Long blonde hair, captain of the football team. You know the type.
I do.
Then we got Gordon Ferris, 4 weeks ago. Clean cut. 16-year-old. Religious type.
Did you see any connection with these kids?
Well, they all went to the same high school.
They're around the same age.
All around the same age, 16, 17 years old. His parents, he was late coming home one night. His parents locked him out to teach him a lesson. Haven't seen him since.
Hold your children close, am I right?
Well, maybe not the best parenting, but maybe effective, I don't know.
Well, you got a kid, right?
I do, daughter.
How old?
17.
How's that going?
Well, it's tough raising her on my own. You know, teenagers and all. Getting our squabbles every now and then.
I'm gonna say, well, while you guys are talking, the camera pans out to the lobby, and everybody in the lobby can see that Sheriff is talking to somebody in that office. Not sure who. They're very chatty back and forth, though. For both the Reverend and Jessie, you immediately pick up on a couple things. Not everybody in this town is particularly happy with their sheriff. Lady by the name of Anne is ranting about her van getting scratched up by kids. Somebody drew a dick on the side of it. She's none too pleased. She has to deliver flowers, you know, to people in the community. How am I supposed to go over to the funeral home with a dick on the side of my van? Kathy's trying to keep her calm. Settle down, Anne. We'll get it figured out. And there's a mum. And she is obviously in a great deal of turmoil. You overheard her mention that her son, you know, he's gone missing. Dustin's been missing a week. Does Sheriff know where he is? Sheriff knows Dustin and Nancy. They date. They're very friendly with one another. You know, all above board though. Dustin's a good boy. He's a good boy. It's not like him to go missing. I need to talk to the sheriff. I need to talk to Sheriff Rose right now. Tears streaming down her face. Kathy does her best to keep her calm. Sits her down, offers to fetch a cup of coffee for her. She accepts, but the coffee just sits there in her hand. She doesn't drink it. She can't bring herself to. The only thing on her mind is finding Dustin. You introduced yourselves when you arrived. In fact, you came in through the front door with the gentleman that's sitting in the office right now. And I mean, if the line works in the order of arrival, the two of you should be next. But you can't help but think that this woman who knows this mother is probably gonna bump her on the line. There's something about that man, though, talking to the sheriff. There's something familiar about him. You've seen him. Maybe it was on television? there's some familiarity there.
I feel like I would have come across him like in my research, probably.
Yeah, if you've done any sort of background check, thinking if you made the connection, that this might be the Toothfairy, that old case that everybody talks about in Pennsylvania, those boys were never found, just their teeth. Yeah, maybe that is that guy, Private Eye or something. And Reverend, you and Jessie both sort of get this feeling in your gut that whatever they're talking about in there, you know, you can contribute. You need to be in that meeting.
If the mom is being comforted, is the secretary that's kind of guarding the door distracted?
Sure. Yeah, there's a moment. She gets the coffee, she comes back and she gives it to her, and she sits down and puts her arm around her. And you can tell that they've grown up in the same town, like they know each other.
I think Marge would probably tap Jessie on the shoulder and act like we're gonna go get some coffee, and just swing directly toward the office and head on in.
Sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna say that for all that Kathy's done, she's left the door open.
Yeah.
And you sort of step through that doorway just as Sheriff's talking about that last boy. What was his name again?
The last one was Gordon Ferris.
Gordon Ferris.
You guys see two women at the doorway, and maybe you guys can just sort of describe yourselves so they know what they're looking at.
I shut the door too, by the way, on the way in.
Just come in, like, excuse us, gentlemen, we're here to help. We got some information. Maybe we could do a little sharing, a little bit of talking. And like, Reverend Marge is just haggard. She's like gaunt. She's got dark circles under her eyes. She's, as written on my character sheet, she's 62, but she looks 72. Her hair is like gray and stringy. And she's just like, she looks worn out and kind of like, this is what it is, and just gotta get something done.
Is she wearing a collar or anything like that to note that she's part of the...
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
Just like one of those simple, like, black with the white.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Now, in my obsessions and in my, what I've been through, would I detect anything otherworldly about either of them?
Give me a wits plus occult.
Okay.
What is that? What's that total dice pool? Because you might not need to roll it.
So that's 4.
No, I'm gonna need to roll here then.
Okay.
I get before we make that roll, Jessie, how are you looking? Because your appearance could affect this roll.
Yeah, so Jessie's got like very faint red. They look irritated almost, like fresh wounds that have just sort of just closed recently. And they're like, her forehead is red. She's got marks on the back of both hands and her palms as well. And she's young. She's dark black hair and just a sort of mousy appearance. On the skinny side, kind of hunched like she reads too many books.
Okay, so go ahead and make that roll now, Mike, and we'll see what you think of it.
As I'm talking to Mike, and they come to the door, and I go, Jesus Christ, Kathy, what do I pay you for? And I look up and I see the Reverend, and I go,
I got an 8, so I got 1 success.
1 success?
Mm-hmm.
You can't really figure out the Reverend, but you definitely identify the stigmata marks. And you've
my hands itch because of his like sort of wounds?
No.
Okay.
No. So
He just makes a note.
Yeah, and you've heard that stigmatas can sometimes have more powers than meet the eye.
Mhm. But the fact that this reverend is trucking with this stigmata child raises some flags.
Yeah. And Jessie is noticeably young compared to the rest of you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
As I say, Jesus Christ, Kathy, what am I paying you for? And I look up and I see the reverend. I go, oh, apologies, ma'am.
I hastily shove
Sure.
my journal in my jacket and wipe off my hands, and I say, Monsignor, and I go, Mike Pellico.
I'll shake his hand, yeah. Just, it's really weak, just frail. The skin is like paper thin.
I'm also doing it to have a closer look. Now that my suspicion has arose because of. So what is the touch of the skin? How does it feel?
For me,
Yeah.
it's like paper, like when older people, when you see their hands and like any kind of medical stuff, you'd like put a Band-Aid on it or anything, you're afraid you're gonna just like
Yeah. Sure, it's like crepe paper.
rip.
Got it.
Yeah, it's like that.
As these two shake hands, Sheriff, you look over their shoulder through sort of the glass window out into the general office area, and Kathy has just realized that two other people are in the office, and she's like, you can see her mouthing, "Fuck, I'm sorry."
Well, it's a conference now. Close the door.
Yeah, as you do that, Jessie is in the midst of closing it anyways, and it closes shut.
I'll say lock it.
Oh, it's like a beehive around here today. All right. What can I do for you two?
This case, it has some things that drew the attention of an organization that we are a part of. And we would like to come help and offer our expertise should you need it.
Well, I'm never one to turn down help. What do you think you could help me with?
Anything out of the ordinary, anything beyond just bad people doing bad things.
What else is there?
Many, many things. You'd be surprised. Lord knows we hope that is not the case in this situation. But if certain areas of expertise should be required, we are in the area trying to find some answers ourselves.
Sheriff, when she says like many, many things and you'd be surprised, there is an undertone to that you pick up on with your many years of being a detective. She's not lying.
And what's your story there? I look at Jessie. Are the wounds on her are noticeable from where?
Yeah, like for sure,
across
like you
the
can
room?
definitely see the ones on her hands or on her forehead, and then she's got them on her hands too. So
Okay.
they look almost fresh.
I kind of do a bit of a double take as I notice that, but I try not to make it too obvious. And I say, well, what's your story?
I'm just out here doing research and offering my help where I can, and I've got a little bit of insight into this.
You assistant to the Reverend here?
No, working on my own studies.
I kind of just look over at Mike and
Yeah,
see how he's reacting to all this.
I hate to interrupt, but this organization that you spoke of, Reverend
Just call me Reverend Marge.
Marge, this organization that you spoke of sent you?
Yes.
Now, would I have knowledge of an organization that would be like that would employ the clergy?
Yeah, I think you probably
Like in the Constantine of it all?
Yeah. Why don't listen, why don't you roll me an intelligence plus your streetwise, but I'm gonna allow you to add in your status with the underground hunters. So that's an extra dice from that.
So streetwise plus intelligence.
Yes. And then plus an extra dice.
And then a status. Okay, so that would be 6. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 successes.
3 successes? Oh yeah. A couple come to mind.
Okay.
The Order of St. Leopold is
Yeah.
one. They're pretty fanatical, as well as the Long Night.
I go, so I look at, I go, Reverend March, Leopold or Long Night?
You are familiar with the Long Night. That is, we work with, yes.
I take just a little step back.
Slide down the couch.
Grab a little more personal space for just a second to get a bit of a fisheye for the moment.
I'm not familiar with any of this. Mike, you feel like filling me in here?
I believe time is of the essence, and we can have that conversation in a montage in the car.
Gonna travel by map?
Mm-hmm. Cars move at the speed of plot.
Music montage.
Yes.
So we assume that at some point I will have filled him in with what I know about Leopold, and because the more allies we get in this case, the quicker that we can find these kids, and the quicker I can.
You guys go through that very quickly, and basically the Long Night is a religious, a group of religious hunters that hunt supernatural beings. So Ryan, Sheriff's getting the first sort of hint that there could be more to the world out there, and I'll let you decide how he takes that one way or the other. I will say this, though, that the Order Leopold is much more fanatical and sort of has blinders on compared to the Long Night. The Long Night, though, is still very much so, don't mistake, it's a religious order, and, they are doing the work of God.
As this conversation is going on, I'm slowly getting more and more worried about my own daughter. And I stand up and I say, I have to make a phone call. And I just walk out of the office.
Okay.
And I'm going to go.
Where do you go?
I'm going to go to another office and make a call to my sister.
What's your sister's name?
Emily.
Emily?
Yeah.
Okay. You call Emily. The phone rings for what feels like a lifetime. And then it picks up. You can hear your 2 nephews. She has twins. They're still young. Just screaming on the other end of the phone. And she's like, hello? Hello? This better not be one of those phone calls. I don't want your vacuum.
No, Emily, it's Ed. Listen.
Ed?
Listen. You seen Nancy? She come down here this time?
Nancy?
Yeah, I know. Sometimes, we get in our arguments, and she'll come visit you for a few days. She there? You put her on?
Honey, she's not here.
Not there. You heard from her?
She's not here. I have not heard from her.
I just hang up.
Okay. What did the three of you talk about? Anything for the brief moment the sheriff's gone?
I've busted out my journal, and I'm wanting to find out what they already may know about this case and what brought them all the way to this city.
Jessie's frantically flipping through her notes and stuff too.
Yeah.
You notice as I come out of the office, I go right to her boyfriend's mother that's sitting in the waiting room.
And I'm gonna say that Anne is gone now, and it's just Mom sitting there now. Kathy's got her arm around her.
I kind of bend down.
She immediately, almost lunges at you. Have they called? Do you know where they are? Where did they go?
I don't. I just.
What do you mean you don't?
Hold on, man. Relax. I'm sure they just run off being teenagers, but let me look into it, okay?
No.
I'll send the deputies to check a few places. All right?
Sheriff,
I got a bunch to
you
deal. I
listen
got
to
a
me.
lot to deal with.
You listen to me. You listen to me good. Dustin would not run off.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Ann. My daughter doesn't run off that often either, but kids will be kids. I am starting to get a little concerned. I'm looking into
A
it.
little concerned? A week, Sheriff.
6 days. In 6 days.
She pushes Kathy off her, and she stands up, and she's not taller than you, but god damn is she like a presence in the room right now. Mama Bear in full mode.
I started looking over her shoulder to Fred, who's probably standing over in the corner there.
Fred wants no part of it. Like he's like, she's like,
I kind of motioned him over.
You listen to me, Rose. You find my son. Do you understand me? You find him, and you bring him back here.
Listen, man, I'm gonna do everything I can to find your son.
This is actually Dana. This is Dana. Anne's the van with the dicks. She's gone.
Listen, I'm gonna do everything I can to find your son because I think your son is with my daughter.
And where is she? You don't know. I can tell you don't know.
I'm in
You're
the process.
as bad as my ex-husband. You just that doofy smile on your face.
Fred, could you get Ann here another cup of coffee?
She's like, you saved that coffee. And you can fuck yourself, Rose. You find my son. And she walks out.
I think, like, while they're comparing notes, the Reverend is just, like, watching all of this out of one of those, like, the window in the door.
Absolutely.
She's just gonna,
do you want to give me maybe a manipulation... a manipulation and insight check?
Good. Okay, so that's 5 dice. I got an 8 and a 10, and the rest are failures.
That's okay. It's enough that you can tell the sheriff is certainly not on his game. And from your years of ministry, there's probably something going on beneath the surface.
Boy, we got a sheriff that's distracted. We got... Oh, Lord, help us. Jeez.
Do I hear her saying this?
That would be up to Emily. Emily, do you say it loud?
Probably. I'm saying it out loud. Yep. I don't think Marge is... I don't think Reverend Marge is that subtle.
So I, like, all of this is sort of happening simultaneously, and I hear Marge say this, and I clock through the window just as Dana is storming out. And I see the sheriff sitting there looking down, and I start doing the math of what might be transpiring here after he told me the age of his daughter and what's going on. So I start kind of distractedly focusing my attention up and out the window, away from Jessie for a second.
Okay.
At that point, I'm going to come back into the office. As I close the door, I'm like, any other fucking day.
What happened, Ed?
Slump down in my seat.
As you do that, Ed, you sort of glance down, and you can see that Kathy gave you mail. And the top letter, that's your daughter's handwriting, and it's addressed to you at the police station.
Oh, jeez. As I clocked out, I immediately tear it open.
Yep.
And then as I'm tearing it open, I'm like, oh shit, maybe I should have thought about that a little. Anyway, so I pop it open, and open it up.
So the letter inside, Dad,
Before you,
yeah.
Is it is the envelope or like the mail anything similar to the other notes that the other boys had sent back to their
yes,
family?
it's postmarked Texas.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
Dad, this isn't working. Things haven't been the same since we lost Mom. We just fight and argue all the time. I think it'd be better if I went somewhere for a fresh start. Somewhere where I can not have to think about her every time I look around. And then it's... Don't worry about me, signed at the bottom. Nancy.
Now,
But something sort of sticks in your gut. Because the letter started, Dad. Your daughter has been on the out with you since your wife died. She hasn't called you Dad in years. She calls you Ed. She thinks it makes her tough. You know, she's an adult now. She'll call you by your name. But this says Dad. And that just doesn't sit right with you.
That's what I was gonna. That was what I was gonna ask.
It does look like her handwriting.
I'd probably seen letters from her before, right? Does this feel, other than it saying Dad, does the way this is structured feel
No.
strange? No.
No, she when she's pissed off at you, she runs upside one side of you and down the other. And this letter is just short and brief. She'd tell you every reason why you fucked up her life and why she had to move away.
So
Do we notice him reading this? Like, do we notice his reaction?
I want to try and read it.
Visibly crushed. Visibly crushed.
So, Reverend, you move over to take a look, and you can see that maybe even before Ed gets a chance to like hide it or anything, it definitely says Dad on the top. And
I think that I'm so zoned in on this that I don't even notice what else is going on.
Okay, then you're able to see the writing and everything.
Would we have had time to know, like, conferring with Mike that there were other letters similar to this?
I don't know if Mike would have released that information or not.
Yeah, I mean, I would have spilled any information about my last case to them, just to ideally get any information, because there's a ticking clock on this. So he's discarded the envelope, and I'm not looking at the letter. I'm looking at the envelope. And so, in the decades since that all happened, did I ever go to Texas to hunt this stuff down, to bang the drum and see why this is postmarked, where it's postmarked, and what would I be knowing about that?
You know that in all cases the letters were mailed from border towns along the Mexican border.
Right.
Texas, New Mexico.
Right.
Unfortunately, at this time, video surveillance is not really being used. Not regularly.
No.
And they're never mailed from big metropolises. They're mailed from little border towns, little border cities.
But in my obsession, I would have grilled every postal worker in every one of these spots where this would have been. What would I have learned?
Yeah, you just kept coming up empty-handed. No, like the same sort of stories. Like we see lots of people come in here. Like I can't tell you.
Or they
anything.
just dropped it in a mailbox.
Yeah,
and then,
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. And there wasn't ever any, but it always originated from these border towns of Mexico.
Are the border towns? Sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
And I should also add, there's always a turnaround time, Mike. There's always a turnaround time of about a week. It would take about 3 or 4 days for that letter to get here.
Yeah, once I see the Texas postmark, my hand starts trembling and starts reaching for my flask in my jacket.
Do I have the other 2 letters from the other boys?
Yes.
Okay. So I see him looking at the, now I kind of come to my senses a little bit, and I see him looking at that envelope, and I see his hand starting to shake, and I open my desk, and I pull out 2 more postmarked Texas envelopes, and I slap them down in front of Mike. So these were sent from Glenn Rogers' family and Gordon Ferris's family.
And each got one.
And they both detail the kids saying basically what my daughter's letter just said.
So I tell you, don't believe a word of what you think this says that your daughter's saying to you, because this is not.
I know my daughter didn't write this. The first word of that letter.
What's the older deputy's name?
Douglas.
He sticks his head in the door. He goes, Sheriff, Dana.
What is it, Doug?
Dana Goodfellow.
Yeah.
She's on line 2.
Did she just leave?
It's been a couple minutes. She doesn't live far from the station. It's a small town.
Hold on. Pick it up. Yep.
Weeping on the other end of the phone. I got it. I got it like the other families. They just dropped it at my house. There's a letter here.
Does it?
It's just like those other boys. It's just like those other boys.
Does it postmark from Texas, ma'am?
What the hell? How am I supposed to know what that?
Just take a look for me, would you?
There's a pause. Yes. What does that mean?
Oh, nothing to be too worried about. I'm gonna send Douglas over to pick that up from you, and he'll talk to you for a few minutes. Okay? Don't worry. We're on the case here.
She does not say anything. You just hear the receiver go down.
I say, Douglas, would you head over there and pick that up?
Of course. Be right back, Sheriff.
So the other letters, so the border towns that they all came from, are they all from like within a certain geographical area? Or are they just spread out all along the border?
They're spread all out. They're spread out, but they are all like little towns not far from the border.
Yeah, like little tiny crossing towns. Okay.
And it was the same kind of situation in the previous case 10 years before.
Identical.
Okay.
Mike, are there any major highways down that way that go from one to the other?
Yeah, there
along
is.
the border like that?
So it's just a mystery. So when in my incident in the warehouse that was back in Pennsylvania,
that was in Pittsburgh
with one of the boys.
Yeah.
That boy also had sent a letter. Yes.
The family had received a letter. Yes.
So I quickly assure them, and the fact that I canvassed Texas, and I say this has nothing to do with Texas. This is a misdirect. This is trying to throw us off the case. And I unscrew the flask and I take a hit.
Okay.
Of the 3 open cases I have right now, Jeremy.
Yep.
They have not received a letter from Aaron McInnes's family.
Aaron McInnes's family has not received a letter. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
And he's the football player. He's like the football captain. Yep.
Okay.
Mr.
Dustin?
Pargo, when you made some success previously in finding one of these missing boys, where did you start looking? Because clearly Texas is not anything.
I didn't start looking in Texas until after I had been after the incident. That's when I had come across some stuff and had followed a clue chain. I already smelled a rat with the consistency of the letters. I could tell it was a red herring back then, but I at least went to Texas to try and see if someone identified, witnessed, just in my dogged pursuit and obsession after the fact. It's not good news for your daughter. And I just sort of put it bluntly as I start to feel the click from the bourbon that I had taken a hit of.
Was there ever? They were all boys in the previous
Yeah, I think your daughter got pulled in. I don't think, if I'm honest with you, I think the Toothfairy was after Dustin, was not after your daughter, but she's getting caught in the crossfire, and this creature's covering its tracks. And that's the first time I say creature, which to Ed's ears wouldn't mean anything.
I probably would have asked on the phone.
Yep.
Was there any mention of my daughter in that letter that was sent to Dustin's parents?
No, and there was no mention of Dustin in your letter.
In mine, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess the question we have now is, where do we start looking around here? Because they got to be somewhere.
So
we got to find them.
It's 1984, right? So we're talking. So this is Pennsylvania. What's the primary industry here? Is it coal?
It was coal. Coal is starting to decline a little bit.
Yeah, because it's the Reagan years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But the town coal, and there's a little bit of lumber industry in the area, but there's a large Allegheny Forest is there, and it's a nationally protected park, so they can't touch it. So
right.
Yeah.
So immediately I sort of look up and I go, this is either an ulcer or my gut, but it wouldn't hurt if this creature is following the modus operandi down to the letters, and I reference the letter that's still in Ed's hand. My gut says we need to find whatever abandoned warehouse may or may not be around here. Again, the industry being what it is, what's the first one to close, Ed?
Well, that's a bit of a needle in a haystack around here. There is definitely a lot of abandoned areas.
You can think of 2 mines, though, in particular, that have shut down operations.
Okay. I do have 2 in mind that I would check first.
And as he, like, I would ask for a description of them, and then I would ask the GM if one or the other would ring any bells to me in terms of signifiers that would be comforting to the Toothfairy, why they would seek that location over the other mine.
Yeah. Okay. The two mines have been shut down within sort of the last 5-6 years. They've been abandoned for some time. They've been, for a fact that they've been sealed up, Sheriff, for safety reasons, obviously. But there's still a lot of, there's a lot of outbuildings and things like that at the site, as well as machinery and that, and conveyor belts that were just left behind to rot and rust. But nothing specific sort of grabs your attention from.
Well, what led me to the warehouse last time?
What led you to the warehouse last time, and I don't know if you've talked about this to everyone yet, but there was the sightings of blue station wagons. A couple of the boys, when they went missing, there was a blue station wagon spotted. And you and your sort of network of informants started watching certain areas of the city where the steel industry was particularly deserted, and specifically watching for those blue station wagon. And the night that you responded, to Jamie, a blue station wagon had been spotted, parked sort of in a secluded area of one of the old mills. And one of the old steel mills, and that, you went, and that's when that scene that we talked about at the beginning happened.
Right. So in my background, I have contacts to underground hunters.
Yes.
So I want to make a phone call to any locals that if they have spotted any local hunters. I'm gonna dig into my underground contacts and I bust out my journal. I start going through any local hunter phone numbers that I would call in this area to see if they spotted any blue station wagons.
Okay, so if you can make for me either a charisma or manipulation, whichever is higher.
Okay, manipulation's higher.
With your streetwise.
Yes.
And I would follow that up with however many points you have in. I think you have
investigation.
I think you have 1 point in underground hunters, right? Yeah, we can do it. Actually,
underground.
you know what? We can do investigation instead. Let's do charisma, manipulation, investigation. So charisma or manipulation, whichever's higher, plus investigation.
Okay. Okay.
I think investigation is more appropriate. But
Yeah,
give yourself-
I think I'm good. I got my dice pool set.
Yeah.
Does he mention do you say anything about the blue station wagon out loud, or you just think about it?
You'll hear me on the phone as I'm saying it. With 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got 3 successes on that.
Okay. So there are no hunters currently in the Ridgeway area on any sorts of hunts. There are a couple in Pittsburgh and a couple of the other neighboring towns that are on hunts. They don't have anything for you about a blue station wagon. The one does tell you though that something is bringing down large game in and around Ridgeway. Something's killing deer. Not gently.
So it's a yeah. And so yeah, so in answer to your question, Ed, you do overhear me say blue station wagon on the phone.
And I'm going to quickly add
more than once.
I'm going to quickly add this to the game. Everybody's starting to learn more about what's going on here. The sheriff has just learned that his daughter's probably involved, and I am going to put our desperation rating up to a 1. So you can now draw on the desperation pool for 1 extra dice if you're willing to risk that, okay?
Sweet.
Once he makes that phone call, I'm gonna make a call as well.
Yep.
With him speaking about this blue station wagon, I'm basically gonna put out an APV on any blue station wagons.
That's cool.
See in the area.
Okay.
I'll probably. I guess I don't know if I need to use a skill for that, but
No, I'm not going to ask you to make a skill, but I'm also not going to give you feedback immediately. The APB's been put out, and if a blue station wagon is spotted, they're going to report it back to you.
And it would probably be like a mid 70s, right?
Are you asking the station wagon to be detained if it's spotted?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and not only does that go out to like your 2 deputies here, your local police, but it's also going to go to the highway patrol. That runs.
Was there any more
the
details, anything particular about that station wagon, Mike? Or just a blue station wagon? Like one of those
It's
old
a Skylark.
It's a Skylark? Okay.
It's a Vista Cruiser.
There you go.
Legit.
I like that.
I'm picturing like the wood panels on the side.
I can
The Vista
see
Cruiser.
the shade of blue that's like faded.
Blue with
Okay,
wood panels. I love it. I love it.
I'll put out that APV.
It's got like that roof rack. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the
Yeah.
rack.
Oh yeah.
The seats in the trunk.
Yeah.
You mean my childhood?
And you notice that the sheriff is starting to get more and more. It's becoming more obvious that he's becoming more nervous and agitated.
Yeah.
If the information about the game being
That is the
in,
first. That is the first that anyone here has. If Mike shares that, that is the first that anyone here has heard of anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I share it.
So it's not like a familiar kind of creature or certain type of.
Oh, I see what you're
something.
saying. I understood. Well, listen, Reverend. What is your intelligence and your occult?
Intelligence is 2.
You can. What about you as well, Jessie?
Occult is
So-
3.
My occult would be pretty high too. I was either thinking like in my research on all of this, like I'm assuming that I would have heard of this old case.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so like in my
it was before.
research
It was
on all
sort of
this-
before your time.
Well, yeah, I
Like,
would have
you
been
were only-
14.
You were only a kid.
I would have been 14.
Yeah.
But still, she would have like looked into it a little bit, and like either in like my research or like even with my ties to the occult or whatever like that, like would anything about like either blue station wagons or the animals, would that ring anything with what I've learned?
Okay, and sorry, what was your total dice pool, Emily?
It was 5, but my occult does say vampires in parentheses, so I don't know if that matters.
Okay, it does. That's your specialty.
Oh.
So if this is vampire related, that might weigh in.
Okay.
But you know what? So I can tell you that your dice pool is high enough without rolling to know something. And Jessie's dice. What would Jessie's dice pool be with intelligence and occult?
Okay, so remind me again. I'm sorry. the ones that are filled in, those are the.
That's
like
correct. The black dots
those are
are a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, so
Until we get down to your
Health and willpower.
health and willpower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I'm sorry, you
That
said
is bad.
intelligence and occult,
Yes.
so 7 altogether for me.
Okay. So
Whoa, okay.
first of all, for the good reverend, you have known and learned many stories with your time with the kindred. There are many kindred that think they can walk the good path by only killing animals. Jessie, it's really important whether this is a male or female. If it is a male, stag antlers and stag blood can be used in blood magics. That is a totem animal that is particularly powerful in the realm of hedge magic.
That's in my parentheses.
Yes. Yep.
For occult.
Yeah. That's why I didn't ask you to roll.
Okay.
So if the deer is being harvested, but it would have to be
a male.
You think. Or it's someone that's not too familiar and they're harvesting a female, but that would not really be correct.
Mike, did they happen to tell you what gender the animals were at all? Did they mention any of that?
Now, did they say deer or did they say stag?
Yeah, I'm gonna make just a random roll to see if they
Okay.
manage that or not. Yeah, I'm gonna say that they said it was a stag.
No, it was a boy.
Jessie starts like excitedly flipping through her notes.
Does she look excited?
Yeah, because that would mean something to her.
Okay, and is it but so and we're gonna weigh in on your awkwardness. You know, this is a particularly sort of dark and sad time, but Jessie kind of looks
Amped.
Yeah, she looks revved up by that. She's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, just a little bit, because it's on the path for her.
Not enough to be disrespectful, but you're just like, maybe bring it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I asked the constable actually, where in town would there be the most deer being sighted or stags being sighted? What part of the woods is heavy deer population?
I'm gonna relate to the DM on that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask you to roll that because this is your town and you've learned a little bit. But so right along the Allegheny. I apologize for anyone from there.
Allegheny.
The Allegheny National Forest. So you can't hunt in Allegheny National Forest. But there's a lot of farms and things like that border the forest. And once the deer cross into, private property, they're fair game.
So it'd be like a particular stretch of area where that would be.
And in my conversation with the hunters, did they say where these deer were found specifically?
No, they said that a couple stags were reported in around that area being.
And did they say who reported them? Oh, let me ask Ed. Ed, who would come across these deer and would report them? Is there a game warden? Is there foresters?
I don't know if we'd have a game warden, right? Because it's such a small community, right?
You wouldn't for private properties and that that would probably fall under your jurisdiction, being a small town. However, if the animals were found in the national forest, then there would be
rangers.
And this obviously is new if it hasn't been reported to the sheriff. But my underground contacts are catching whiffs.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard anything about this.
So it would have been a national issue, not a local issue. If it was a national forest. So who would you call, Ed, to find out where these deer were found?
Let me check my background here. I would assume I would have some contact with that through my influence, correct?
You could use your influence, or if you have law enforcement, the Department of I don't.
Fish and Game.
Being a Canadian, I might be calling this wrong, but we would call that like the Department of Forestry and Natural Resources. So some equivalent of a U.S. department would, they would employ the rangers, and they would be the ones taking care of making sure everything.
I'll pull my contact in.
So if you have law enforcement contacts,
I have law enforcement or influence.
Okay, so which is higher?
They're the same.
Okay.
So we'll go with law enforcement.
Okay. So go ahead and what is your let's see here. We're gonna go with, you can choose whether it's manipulation or charisma.
Okay. Let's go with the same.
And then I would combine that with probably either your could be your politics, or even your leadership when you're making contact.
Okay, I'm gonna go leadership and manipulation.
Sure. And then add the extra dots from
law enforcement.
Yes, and if you would like, you can add your desperation dice, because
I'm at 7 dice. I think I'm okay here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
I have a critical success. I have 2 10s and 3 other successes.
So you have 3 successes plus 2 10s. So that's 5 successes, and then because you rolled 2 10s, that's like a crit. So you get another 2 successes. So that's 7 successes. So you get somebody on the phone who's like, sorry,
I'll take care of this.
I'm here with the Toothfairy right now.
He's like, at first he's like, well, who, what are you inquiring about? And then all of a sudden he's like, wait a minute, I know who you have to talk to, and you are put through to one of the ranger stations, and we're gonna say Ranger Eli. And he goes, Sheriff? You don't know this guy, but he tells you that, there's been 2 deer found right along the edge there, right along the edge of the forest, what they protect. In both cases, the deer had their throat ripped out. Not a whole lot of blood either.
You still have those bodies there?
Just physical damage. But Sheriff, we've been keeping this under wraps, Sheriff. We thought we had. How'd you learn about
on in this town?
Well, good on you.
Can I get the coordinates for that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. He gives those to you. He goes, they're not there anymore. We brought those in. One's already been, we send those off to the butcher.
Any let's kind of look over at the reverend and Artemis there. Like, any strange marks on them, other than you said their throat was ripped out?
Yeah, a good piece of their throat ripped right out.
You guys are all in the room. You hear all this. Right?
Yeah, maybe you got him on speaker. He's like, he's like, we thought maybe a big cat, but we haven't had a cougar in the shit years.
I'm looking right at Jessie, just waiting for her reaction to this, because she reacted to it being a buck.
Okay.
Does that mean anything to me?
Well, the claw marks. If he's describing that there was some sort of claw that tore out the throat. The lack of blood means it was probably drained.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if it was a practitioner of magic,
they would want the blood.
Use it for something.
But they would have to string it up to drain it.
And these were just on the ground?
Eli's like, oh, I'm sorry. Who's this?
Jessie.
That's Deputy Jessie. Answer her questions.
Yeah, of course. No, there was no ligature marks or anything like that from them being strung up, Sheriff. Just dead on the ground.
Did they have their teeth?
Yeah.
That's Deputy Mike.
The only bodily harm to the animals was this large slash, very effective, right across the jugular. I mean, there was a little bit of blood on the ground, but like most of it gone.
Do you have the coordinates?
Yeah. Let me get those for you. And you
Thanks.
know, you hear this corny on hold music, you know. Yeah, exactly.
I
He
kinda
comes,
From
share-
Ipanema.
he comes back on.
Sure.
He says, "Yeah, it's out on you know Spring Creek Road."
Yeah.
And
Huh?
you do, Sheriff. It runs out not far from the forest at all.
Mhm.
Just on the borderline there by Spring Creek Road. You got a bit of a hike though if you're going to come in from the road. You got a bit of a hike if you come in through the park's entrance.
Which one's closer?
They're both
I'll use my-
they're both in roughly the same area, not too far apart. That's why we think we got some kind of animal out there.
So I put it. I kind of mute the conversation. And I go, Ed, are either of them closer to one of the other of those mines?
I pull out a map.
No, they're nowhere near the mines because the mines
Nowhere
are
near the
near
mines.
that national park.
I use my fleet skill to get a helicopter. I'm just kidding. There's no way we have a helicopter.
No.
Would like a national park or like some of these farms have kind of outbuildings, maybe like an abandoned barn from an old farm that no one's using
Or a
anymore,
refinery? Well,
or like
Yeah, so
old cabins that are out of use for
grain
camping.
silo.
Ed knows of
I saw the cell.
there's not so much farms that are abandoned out that way, but there's a lot of hunting shacks that are pretty remote, cottages that people like seasonally hunt there, right?
Your blinds. And
I look
stuff.
at Mike. Is that maybe fit the MO at all?
Well, ask this ranger if he's seen any blue station wagons. So I unmute it.
He's like, no state. You couldn't get a vehicle that far back in here. It would have to have 4-wheel drive if it came back in here.
You seen any? Were there any tracks or anything near those deer?
No, real strange.
What about at the park entrance? Have you seen any blue station wagons there?
There should be surveillance cameras for those.
I haven't worked the entrance for a while, but I can put you back through to them.
That'd be great.
Okay, so he transfers you back, and you come up empty there. The park entrance, they have not seen anything matching like what you're
No,
describing as far
I'm
as
assuming
blue
no
station-
surveillance.
Okay.
No surveillance footage at all.
No.
Probably.
Perhaps we ought to see if we can get out there and
Yeah.
start looking around ourselves, see what signs we can find that we know what to look for.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's time for a road trip.
Okay. So do we
Kick into Act 2.
we get yep, let's do that. So we get into some vehicles and we're
Off-road vehicle.
we're driving out into are we all going in Sheriff's 4x4? Or
Well, Sheriff's got a car, and then you guys got a car, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sheriff's got a truck, right?
You know, since I have the skill,
Yep.
maybe I should try to use it. Is there any chance that I could have some sort of off-road vehicle available by using fleet?
Absolutely. So you can use your fleet edge if you'd like. That's intelligence plus technology.
Okay.
If you don't like that pool, remember you can add a desperation dice in there.
Intelligence plus technology. That would be a 3. Yeah, let's use 1. Let's go for 4. Let's use a desperation. I think we're gonna need to
So-
go off-road in here.
Just make sure you know which is your desperation dice.
Sure, it'll be this beautiful.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh shit. I got 2 successes.
2 successes?
That's 6 plus, right?
Yep, 6 plus.
Yeah. Two successes.
If you would like, just so because we're not familiar with mechanics, you can always re-roll. You can spend a willpower and re-roll up to 3 dice. You just can't re-roll your desperation dice. That stays as is.
I think I'm gonna go with the 2.
Okay.
Let's do the 2 successes.
All right. So, Yeah, you've got an old quad runner, like probably 3-wheeler at this point. Old 3-wheeler in the back. It's not really reliable. It broke down the last time one of the deputies took it out. But it's up on the trailer. You can put it behind the truck and take it out there.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot. I'll hook it up to the truck, and anybody that wants to pile in with me.
So just
The picture I got.
2 successes. 1 or 2 successes is for simple things. 3, 4 is a moderate, and then sort of 5, 6 successes to get hard stuff. So you didn't hit the target number that the edge asks for. However, I'm going to give you a partial success. So it's just that's why you got the
It's just not great.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Yeah, I'll hook the trailer up. I'm picturing I got like one of those little like just one bench pickup trucks.
Yep.
Right. If anybody wants to hop in with me, we can go. If you
We'll
guys want to
follow
take
in
your
the
car,
car.
whatever you want.
You gonna follow in the car?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you head
And
out.
as I'm getting up, I go to walk in the office. I get my hat, put my hat on.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I turn around. I look behind me. I look at the shotgun on the wall. I walk back in. I grab the shotgun and I head out.
Okay.
As we're exiting, I pointed a picture of his daughter on his desk, and I go, "We're gonna find her. We're gonna find her, right?"
I walk back in the office. I grab another shotgun and I throw it to Mike.
Okay. And you do have the arsenal perk. I'm not going to have you roll that, though, because you also have the bonus team requisition, which means you would only have to roll if you were going to outfit the entire team. If you're just giving Mike a shotgun, I'm not going to worry about that. You give him a shotgun. So you head out into the truck. You get.
I didn't think to offer the Reverend a shotgun, so.
Okay. That's okay.
She's got all the tools.
The group of you drive out there. Jessie.
Yeah.
Your beautiful car is not built for roads like this.
No, I can't imagine that it is.
Every rock, every pebble
Yeah.
that strikes
Jessie
the
just, like,
undercarriage or the
twitches.
side of it,
The most uncomfortable suspension.
it's just there. And I would like you to make me a check here. We're just
All right.
we're just gonna roll composure.
Okay.
You can hear the Reverend's bones rattling.
I don't really think there's another one that sort of fits, so just double your composure, and that's your dice pool.
Okay. So. Okay, so I got 2 10s and a 6.
Okay, so 2 10s is a crit, so you count those 2 plus your 6, that's 3, and then because it's a crit, you get another 2, that's 5. So you were risking some willpower damage, right? Because you're like, my car.
I know, right? My baby.
But you're okay. You're like, okay, but there is a greater purpose here. Like I need to do this field work, and this is part of doing field work. So
Beautiful tempest, and the shocks are just.
No, it's
We
so
passed an
sad. Like, it
Impala
hurts.
going the other direction.
It hurts to think about a Tempest going through that because those are beautiful cars.
So listen, Sheriff, you pull up into roughly an area of the road where you're not far from where the ranger described. You're gonna have to make your way back through, and strange coincidence, there's a road leading back in here into the woods.
And I wouldn't recognize this. Haven't been here before.
You know, there's some hunting cabins in this area.
Is it like a road, or it's like a path? Like
A dirt road, like someone has cleared a path through the woods, and there's tire tracks. Like cars have come in and out of this area. Maybe not recently, but enough that over time they've worn their, they've left their mark.
This isn't something I remember. I don't remember this being.
Well, you remember that there's hunting cabins out here. Maybe not this exact one.
Right. Maybe I just haven't been here this particular area before. Fair enough.
There's trails like this all around the place getting back into the cabins.
What? Why don't you guys jump in the truck? I don't think the
Mike-
Tempest's gonna make it up here.
Mike fiddles with the radio, and he hears an ad for Extra Life for Kids, and that people should donate.
Thank you.
opportunity because the kids really need your help. So
let's link that. Can we link that there, Artemis?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Yep.
As we are trying to raise a little bit of funds here for Extra Life.
As we're trying to save some kids' lives,
exactly.
So are the people from Extra Life for Kids.
There we go.
Yeah.
So I did a little verisimilitude there.
I love that.
As the radio pans out and we hear an ad, and then I change the station and it's a Gold Dust Woman by Fleetwood Mac.
Listen. So do you guys climb into the back of the truck? The sheriff says, climb in.
Yeah, for
Begrudgingly,
sure.
yes.
Yeah.
Reverend, could you make a stamina athletics check for me to get in the back of the truck?
Oh yeah.
That's one die.
Is that one die? Okay.
That's one die.
Would you like to risk the desperation dice?
I might risk a desperation. Oh no.
Are you gonna risk?
Why not? One shot. Leave it all on the dance floor.
That's right. Nope.
No.
Two
she's
failures.
trying to get her leg up, but she looks stiff, and she's not getting in the back of that pickup truck.
I swap out.
Okay.
And I leave. I let the good Reverend. I go Padre, and I invite them into the cabin, and I ride in the back like a hound dog.
Okay. So the truck makes its
Mike.
way into the woods, and it's not long before there's a cabin up ahead. Parked in front of the cabin is an old gray, rusty pickup truck, and a second vehicle is parked beside the cabin, and it has a tarp over it.
Is it station wagon shaped?
You think so?
All right. I knock so that we don't pull up too close.
Okay. There are thin wisps of smoke coming out of a very narrow, sort of tin chimney. There's probably like a little fire pot or something inside.
What time of day is it now?
Let's say by the time you've gotten out here, it's noon hour.
Okay. But
the trees.
I'm guessing
overhead,
the trees are obscuring the.
Yeah, the trees overhead are they're like yellows and oranges, and they're the ground in here is all dappled.
Autumnal.
Yes.
I'm gonna get on the radio.
Very idyllic.
I'm gonna stop. The
Bucolic,
truck.
one might say.
I stop the truck.
Yep.
A decent amount of way, and I try to ease it in because the brakes are a little.
No.
Right,
Okay.
so I try to bring it a little back, a little bit.
Yeah.
Once the cabin gets in sight, and I get on the radio,
I like that.
and I'm gonna radio to the deputies who are probably back at the office by now.
Yep.
I'm just gonna give out our location, just so they know where
You
we
actually
are.
get Kathy.
Oh no.
If Kathy survives, that's all that
Fucking
matters.
Kathy.
I got you,
I just want
Sheriff.
Kathy.
I got my ears on. Where are you?
Kathy, listen, Kathy. I need you to talk to Fred and Douglas and give them these coordinates. Tell them where we are. And I'd like one of them come out here, but stay back on the road for me and I'll fill you in a little bit. Just send one of the boys out, preferably Fred.
You want the old one or the younger model?
Yeah, send Fred. Send the younger one.
10-4.
Still picture Gold Dust Woman is sort of playing over as we're slowly getting out, and I'm checking my shells.
Yep.
And it's and he's calling in. I sort of make eye contact with Stigmata, and I give a nod. I give a nod to the Padre.
I pull out my stun gun. That's what I
Just
have.
to be clear, this is not a stun gun that fires the
No.
cables.
This
It's
is like
just
the like
You
the
gotta stick
taser
this
thing,
into
yeah.
someone. Exactly. Okay.
Because that's what I got. That's what I'm working with.
Can I get
Right.
from a private investigator? Can I get a wits and awareness check?
Mm-hmm.
As I see Mike loading his shotgun, I look over and I go back on the radio and I go, Kathy,
Go ahead.
tell him to bring my rifle
And some coffee.
and a thermostat coffee.
I know you love my coffee. I know you do, Ed. I'm
Just
sending
tell
it
him to bring the rifle, Kathy.
Where did the Gullingsworth come from?
Okay, Ed.
It's
I'm
like
sending it
jet
out.
fuel,
I'm sending it
probably.
out, Ed.
I got 3 out of 4
3
successes.
successes. Then as you're getting out, and you're loading the shotgun, you're a little bit of paranoia. You see a trip line on the road, just in front of the truck.
My army passed. Like, I'm having a flashback. Like, I am in the jungle and we are about to go to war, and I did a tour of duty in Vietnam, and so I immediately sort of fall into that kind of physical behavior, and I signal to everybody that this place is booby trapped.
As he does that, and he probably
While
points
Fleetwood Mac plays.
He probably points the tripwire out to me.
Yeah.
I reach into my pocket. I pull out a little deputy badge and I give it a wipe and I flick it at him.
Okay.
And for some reason, like in a movie, I automatically am able to just put it right on without the weird fumbling.
Absolutely.
No, you know what? Screw that. I do the weird fumbling. It should be cooler, but it's not. But I look up at the reverend and I go, and I look at Jessie. What do you think we're actually dealing with here? Because I know what hit me, but I didn't get a good look at it.
I mean, gosh, Jessie knows more than me. There could be a number of different kinds of vampires that are trying to be good and not kill people, but if this is something that's done this before, I don't know if that's...
Well, when you say be good and not kill people, if this is any way connected to the Toothfairy, there's not a lot of good going on today.
Yeah, I didn't figure.
I look at her like she has 2 fucking heads when she says vampire.
Okay. Yeah. What's maybe going through Sheriff's mind when, like?
Well, it's already been a
Dracula
pretty
could be
shitty day
here.
to start with.
A Dracula.
He doesn't know what to make of it.
Pulled out a wooden cross with one end sharpened. It's my equipment.
Jessie? I look at Jessie and I go, what do you think?
Well, lots of things use blood for magic. I don't like where this is going.
Jessie, would you maybe like to try to sense the unnatural?
Sure. How do I do that?
So you're going to roll your wits plus your occult.
It's cool.
Wits plus occult, and if you'd like, you're welcome to add a desperation dice in.
So what happens if you fail? If you fail using desperation?
You will bump our danger tracker up 1, and as danger goes up, you're basically...
Story gets better?
Yeah, you're basically tweaking
Holy
the end.
shit.
The end.
What?
Result. What did we get?
I got 2 10s, an 8, and a 6.
Woo!
Nice. So 2 10s bonus, so we get extra. Jessie, closes her eyes.
I'm using my old man rolling dice.
Nice. You tell me. How do you sense the unnatural? What do you put it? Like what does Jessie do?
I guess it sort of depends on proximity, really, because if, like, at first, as she's kind of sensing, like, her hands would start to itch, her forehead, and the closer she gets to something that's unnatural, the more the wounds are apparent. Her hands definitely start to bleed, her forehead starts to bleed, and from everything that I've seen so far, her eyes start to bleed.
Yeah.
So
I can tell you, none of that begins to occur. And you don't feel the presence of anything unnatural close to you. And with that kind of a roll, you really reached out into the forest and nothing.
Okay. There's nothing. I don't think we're gonna find what we're looking for here. I got sort of a sense for these things.
Well, I want to go low, and I want to kind of go up to the tarp and take a look at what's under it.
As he scoots off towards the tarp, I'm gonna go the other side, and I'm gonna kind of see if I can get behind a tree or something like that. That's off to one side. I'm just gonna watch the front door.
So let's do this first. Mike makes sure not to hit the tripwire and goes and checks the tarp. Sheriff, as you go around the edge of that tree, you can see where the tripwire terminates. There's a goddamn claymore there.
Jesus.
Like right out of the Vietnam War.
Jeez.
I do know how to. Are you talking to me or him?
No, this is what the sheriff spots.
Oh, sheriff spots. Sorry.
Mike, you get over there and you lift the tarp, and you gut check as that tarp comes up, and you see a blue station wagon under it. And we're gonna increase desperation to 2 now.
Okay.
I look
Earlier when I
what time
said
of day is it, by the way?
it's like noon,
hour?
right?
Yep.
Like
It's a
noon? Okay.
shitty day.
The sun is not beating down on you here. It's sort of a dapper,
Hazy day.
As the
It's a
light
hazy
is
autumn day.
coming through. Yeah, and there's a cool wind blowing, but not.
Of course there
not
is.
Hard, not hard. Just enough
I
to remind
mean,
you.
okay, so there are like plenty of just bad people. Would we know of if there are creatures that are like similar to what we've experienced that wouldn't ping on that kind of like sensing, or
You're not really sure.
Not
As
sure.
this is your first time out with Jessie, you're not sure how attuned her powers are.
that's fair.
But let's say you basically pose that question rather to me to her. I would tell you, Jessie, that you have never been wrong.
Okay.
looking at this.
Like
What's
if there was
that?
something unnatural here, you would be your hands would be bleeding. You would, yeah, it would trigger the stigmata.
Once I
Look,
spot
we
this,
would know if someone. Sorry, Ryan. Go ahead.
No,
There's a delay between you and me. There's a
Yeah,
really bad
okay,
delay. So
okay. Once I spot this claymore, does this ring any bells with anybody in town I might know who's like a fucking crazy, like Vietnam vet or something along those lines?
Well, immediately, Gus Oldfield,
What do I know about him?
Vietnam vet, doesn't winter here, but comes up regularly. You didn't know this is where his cabin was necessarily, but the Reverend Flanagan at St. Paul's had mentioned to you that Gus was back in town about a month, maybe 6 weeks ago, and that just to keep your eye out for him. He has good days and bad days, and sometimes when there was an incident at the grocery store maybe a year or two ago where Gus had a bit of an outbreak. The war was not easy on a lot of people, and Gus got the worst end of it.
Do I know him to be like to react violently, or is he just?
He can be very unstable. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna wait to see Mike's. That's probably happening while Mike's looking.
Yeah,
at the
I'm gonna
cars.
say that as Mike lifts that, everybody sees the blue station wagon, and it's like, oh shit. Hence the reason we jumped desperation. So
I'm gonna kind of try to make a signal towards Mike, and just tell him to back off.
Come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get back over
I
there.
look at Mike and I point down at the claymore.
I know exactly what I'm looking at.
oh yeah.
And then I look at you like, do you know something about this?
I think I might know who's inside.
Is it who's inside where you could knock on the front door as the sheriff?
I'm assuming I had that situation at the grocery store. Either myself or someone else would have had to have talked him down.
Yeah. Did you do that?
If it was a couple years ago, I said I probably would have been a deputy at the time. I probably wouldn't have been the sheriff.
Yeah, you were new here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll say that I dealt with him.
Okay.
I dealt with him.
Okay.
Had a peaceful resolution. So maybe I have a little bit of a rapport with him.
Sure.
I think
Reverend, how handy are you with a gun?
Can't crawl into a truck.
Not too handy,
awesome
but I
with a
can
shotgun.
I could get something with this Jericho stake. I'm pretty good with words, though. If you need help, I could help you keep things calm.
Well, I'll cover from the side if you want to just knock on the front door there, Ed.
And maybe
Would you know if he was religious
put the
at all?
firearms away. I don't need him seeing a show of force.
Oh, he won't see me. Don't worry about that.
All right, you be careful around the side there. I don't
Yeah.
know what else could be around here.
Yeah, I know where to look.
All right, I'm gonna head up to the front door. I'm gonna wait till the. Are you guys gonna go? Do you guys want to be in sight, or do you want to move out of the way? I think it's best if I deal with this gentleman on my own. If you keep an eye out, though.
I think the Reverend would probably come with you if you need it.
I'm not sure how he's gonna react to outsiders, but
Do you know?
Well, you know
would
that
you know
he
if
has a
he's religious at
relationship.
all?
Yes, you know he has a relationship with the Reverend in town. That's why Reverend Flanagan came to.
okay, great.
So I've
Yeah,
got my
please.
collar on, and I'm just
Yep.
like, maybe I could ease his mind a little. We're just here checking things out. We've heard some
Okay.
things been happening at games.
So the Reverend and Sheriff are going to the front door. Mike has sort of taken up a flanking position on the cottage.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
And what about Jesse? Where's Jesse when the door gets
Are
knocked on?
there windows on? I'm assuming there's
They
windows.
are, but
on
they're
the
all
outside?
covered. Like that, you can see drapes pulled across on the inside.
And you said there was smoke coming out of the chimney.
There was,
correct?
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Jesse would probably stay close to the Reverend for now.
Okay. Maybe just behind?
Yeah, like just kind of keeping an eye out, and definitely keeping an eye out like on the surrounding woods.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to cautiously approach the front door, and if you'd like me to roll, I'm going to try to investigate to make sure there's no other traps
All right.
along my way
Go
to the
ahead.
door.
Make a wits awareness check.
Wits and awareness.
And there are now 2 dice in the desperation pool if you'd like to use them.
I could put my stake
Could I
away and
use
take a
could I use investigate, or does it have to be? It has to be associated with that stat, right? So it has to be something in the mental.
No, if you'd like to use investigation, that's okay. Wits is definitely what we're
I think
using
I'd like to
here, though.
use, and tell me if it's not okay. I think that I'd like to use composure and investigation.
To stay calm.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, sure.
keep my wits about me as I.
Yeah. I think that's good.
Okay, so that'd be 6.
Okay.
3 successes.
3 successes? Yeah, you notice when you get up to the front, there's a little welcome mat in front of the door. It says welcome on it. It's made like it's one of those like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sort of that rough, that you wipe your boots on type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it sags in the middle.
Is there any sign of like fresh mud on the?
No.
Okay. I'll give a little knock on the door. Say, Gus? Ed Rose here.
It sounds like something falls over inside. Who is it?
It's Sheriff Ed Rose. Don't mean you no trouble, just a few questions. We met before?
A window. Mike, you see this, but he doesn't see you. A window sort of slides, pulls the curtain back and takes a quick peek out to see who's out there, and then right back away. You get a brief vision of a man, middle-aged, hasn't shaved in weeks, hair totally disheveled looking. Comes and he opens the door just a bit.
How you doing there, Gus?
Sheriff, you be careful on that mat.
Oh,
There's
All
something
right.
under the middle, isn't there?
there's something under that mat I should know about, Gus?
Yeah, you can't be too careful. There are things in these woods.
What kind of things, Gus?
Oh, there are bad things in these woods.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Let me introduce the Reverend here.
Oh,
Good
Reverend.
afternoon. Good afternoon. We're just trying to get some information. I'm now Southern.
You're not Reverend Flanagan. Who are you?
No, I'm.
What happened to Reverend Flanagan?
Oh, I'm familiar with him.
Oh,
we're just here trying to get some information. That's all. We're just trying to help
Will
the sheriff with this investigation.
He sticks his head out and looks both ways, and he's like, "Well, come
Did
in,
you
but
say-
mind the mat. Be careful." And he sort of opens.
Anything else I should be careful of inside here, Gus?
No. And he's like looking all around out there. Just three.
I was gonna give him a quick. I want to give him a quick once over, see if he's armed at all.
Oh yeah, he has like a very large pistol in his hand.
Didn't need the whole investigation in his hand.
Pennsylvania in the 80s, of course he's armed.
Maybe mind putting the revolver away, Gus? We mean you no harm. You're safe to be here.
I know. I'm not afraid of you. Come in. And he goes and puts the revolver down on the table. Inside, you see a unkept hunting lodge. There is a small wood burning stove, and coffee pot on top that has cooked too long. You can smell burnt coffee in the room. There's a small fire going, and that's what the smoke you're seeing outside.
Boy, it is dark in here, Gus. Do you mind if I open this window a little bit? Just this little light in? I can see better.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I'm just gonna pull the blinds over by Mike.
What time is it? What time? Wait. What time is it?
It's around noon.
Okay, you can open that.
I'm just gonna pull the blinds open where the curtain. I'm gonna slide over where Mike is, so he can have a.
So he has sort of an idea of what's going on in there. Yeah.
Maybe I crack the window a little bit so we can hear what's going on.
He motions for the three of you to. There's a set of chairs around a very small and sort of, like it's not level. Like when you sit down, the table would kind of wobble. But there's three chairs around it, and he just sits on the edge of his bed. So what brings you out here?
Gus, I'm sorry. You said there was this I'm getting back to now. You said there was some sort of creatures out here or something's not safe. Can you describe what in the world that is? Because we've been hearing reports of that too, and we got to make sure that people out here are safe with hunting season coming up.
Okay. Do you want to make a check for me here? I want you to roll your manipulation.
Okay.
And your persuasion.
I want to take a quick look over at Jessie, and I just kind of look at her and I give her like, "You guys okay?" for a second. I just thought of something.
Kind of like checks.
Yeah, everything's good.
I'm gonna say, Gus, I'll be right back. I need to have a cigarette real quick. I'll be right back.
2 10s, 2 8s.
Woo!
Okay.
I'm gonna walk out to the truck.
So
real quick.
You can see a noticeable relaxation in him as he becomes very comfortable with Reverend Marge.
Love it.
Okay, you're running out to the truck to do what?
I'm just gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you with the Reverend for a second, Gus. I'll be right back. I go out and I take a peek at to see if there's any plates on the
No.
No plates on the.
No.
Any. I'm gonna go check to see if there's any VIN numbers.
There are, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that down in a notepad.
Okay.
And I'm gonna head back over to the truck and I'm gonna call in.
Okay.
You get Kathy on the line there. And
Yep.
I'm gonna get her the VIN number and I'm gonna get her to run that.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna head back in.
Back inside, he says to you, Reverend, he says, it comes around at night. Real strange looking.
Strange looking how?
It looks like a woman. But that's no woman. It moves too fast, Reverend. It moves too fast.
Is it taller than a normal woman or shorter? What makes you think it's a woman?
I watch it. It scares me, though. It moves very unnaturally.
Does that mean anything to me?
Yeah.
Like, over the table, that sounds really familiar. However.
Yeah, I think both of you would think, like,
I mean,
along the same lines of the vampire talk that we've already had, there are a number of clans of vampires who are known for their speed of movement.
Are there other kinds of creatures that could do this, though?
Sure. A werewolf.
I was thinking like
Werewolves
Wendigo, because those are
That's what
usually
I thought.
female.
Werewolves are particularly good, particularly strong and agile. Depends, but for the most part, yeah, it could be something altogether different. Wendigo crosses your mind, but to look like a woman, you're not sure about the Wendigo for that.
Okay. And just kind of like on the trail of the werewolf thing, would I know when the last full moon was?
Last night.
Okay.
He says,
Am I hearing any of this through the open window?
I don't think so. It's just low murmurs. You can certainly move closer if you'd like to listen.
Actually, I'm distracted by the car. I want to get in the inside of that car.
Okay. So you saw the sheriff come out, check the plates and VIN and all that, and then call it in. Okay, so you make your way over to the car, and maybe you can hear the voices inside now a little clearer now that you're close to the car.
Yeah.
Anything specific you're looking for?
Oh, I'm a private investigator, so I'm looking for anything that stands out.
Okay, so go ahead and give me an intelligence and investigation. Or if awareness is higher, intelligence awareness.
Two 7s and a 10. So 3 successes.
You immediately notice that the vehicle has been wiped down. Someone has intentionally cleaned the front and back seats. However, in the trunk and the back,
The backpack, as we used to call it.
The station of the station wagon.
The backpack.
Yeah, you're taking a look around when your hand runs over something there's sort of a bump in where the upholstery meets the wall of the wagon.
Sure.
And much to your horror, you pull what looks to be a front tooth that was wedged in there out.
Is the sheriff still outside?
I'm going to say he's just gone back inside.
Okay.
You could stop him if you'd like.
Well, he probably saw me get in the car if it was all sort of happening.
Yeah, that's true. Sure. Let's say he's still there then.
So
he's just calling that VIN number in.
So I look to him and I hold up the tooth. I get out of the car very quietly, replace the tarp, and I show him what I'm holding across the yard.
I was gonna head back to the house. I know, head that way.
Yeah. So, for those of us back in the house, Gus continues and he says, "It eats deer. I don't mean like you and I eat deer. It eats them."
Yeah, like right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it just you out here, Gus? Is it just you in this place?
Oh no, there's the Michael's place, the next one over. Jeff's there.
But just you in this cabin?
Yeah, but I only got here a little while ago, and my place, it was really strange when I got here. That blue car, that does not belong to me.
That's not yours? That's not yours?
No, and there's more. I found this, and he reaches under his bed, and just for a moment, you're like, is he pulling am I about to...
Don't kill me.
Is there a weapon about to come out?
Don't kill me.
And then out comes this little leather bag.
What's that? What you got?
What do you make of it? And he hands it to you. Half a dozen teeth inside. These were littered all over the floor. And there was a big pile of blood, and he pulls back his little carpet where that he's literally hid this blood stain. I had to clean the flies out of here. It was horrible.
You got any like
The stain was in the
outbuildings?
house.
You can see the blood stain. It is on the floor in front of you. He pulls the carpet back and it is right there. He goes, I got here.
Oh, gosh.
I came back into town about 6 weeks ago, and I came to here and I find this blood and these teeth lying all over the place.
Okay, so when he says 6 weeks and we heard them talking about the boys, who would that have
Is
been
that just two?
timeline wise?
That would be.
There was one that was 7.
Well, there's 3. There's 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 7 weeks is what I said.
Oh.
And he's saying
There's
about
no
6 weeks.
Okay, well, it probably wouldn't have been the 4-week one.
So, is it enough teeth for like one kid?
Yep. And these have not been pulled like a dentist. These have
They're,
been
like, broken.
They're broken. They're shattered.
Oof.
That's
And
going on.
for our tooth outside, no root. It was broken clean off.
Immediately after seeing the teeth, the tooth that Mike's holding.
Yep.
I immediately go to the vehicle and I start looking for any tracks leading away from the vehicle.
Okay. I think right there we're going to take our break. We'll go use the washroom, grab a drink. If you have not already, I would just like to remind everyone that we are raising money for Extra Life for kids. If you're able to make a donation, we would really appreciate that. The link was just posted. And we are going to take a very short break, and then we will come right back and finish off the Tooth Fairy. And we're back. We are back. Hey, if you stuck around, thank you. If you've had a chance to donate, thank you. We are raising money here today for Extra Life. There is a link in chat that you can donate to Extra Life. We are doing our best to. We're saving children, and we're. Oh, and Lich just rated us.
Hey, Lich.
Thank you so much. We are
More
playing.
people.
We are playing Hunter the Reckoning, and we have just finished our break, and let's get right back into it. So, when you call in the VIN number, Kathy says, Sheriff, you're going to have to give me some time to get that. You know that, right?
That's all right.
Okay.
As I see that tooth from Mike, I take that tooth from Mike, my hand just starts shaking and it starts to hit home a little bit. And I go, Mike, give me one of them cigarettes.
I take out my Zippo. Still not working.
I just have it hanging out of my mouth. I can't light it, but I still got it.
Gus stands up and says, Reverend, come with me. And mind the carpet on the way out. Don't step on that. And he steps over that.
Everything is booby trapped.
He takes you to that rusted pickup. He drops the tailgate. There's a dead deer in the back.
Oh, I'm gonna look at this. I'm looking this thing over.
It is not a stag.
Okay.
Okay? It has exactly what that park ranger said, a massive claw-like wound across the throat. And Gus pulls out a hunting knife and sort of cuts the leg for you. And you would anticipate that, like, you know, it's a relatively fresh kill. It looks, you would expect some blood to come out. Nothing comes out.
Nothing.
He's like, I found this last night out behind.
Behind your cabin.
You can all see the deer in the back of the pickup. He goes, I'm not going to let that go to waste.
I haven't revealed myself yet.
No, he has not seen you.
I get back on the radio. I go, Kathy, where the hell is Fred? Is he almost here?
Fred comes across because he's monitoring channel. He's like, I just pulled up at the end of the trail, sir. Sheriff.
Yeah, I'm on my way down, Fred. I head down to the trail. I see Fred there. I said, Fred, get on the radio. Get Douglas out here. This is a goddamn crime scene. I need this whole place taped off and quarantined. And I need you to get Gus the fuck out of here.
Okay.
And give me my rifle.
Sure. He opens the trunk. Your rifle's lying in there.
If there's any other firearms in the car, I'm gonna take them.
There's a shotgun.
Yeah, I'll take the other shotgun.
Okay.
When the sheriff gets back, I'm just gonna start like reviewing all the information that Gus has given us very loudly.
Okay.
So that Mike can hear as well. And just say, so we got. Okay, so you found this deer behind, and there's some creature that's been eating them, and like go through the teeth.
I'm just gonna say that Gus is taken away by the deputy. They're gonna take him away, and anyways, yeah. So feel free to talk.
Yeah. So Gus, not only did he find this deer behind, he says this creature that looks like a woman, that's very fast, has been eating deer. But he also found, when he got back to his home 6 weeks ago, a whole bunch of freaking teeth, and I like show the bag on the floor of his cabin, and he said that car's not his. He doesn't know who it belongs to.
Mike, as you see that bag open, like you can almost hear the teeth clatter off of each other, and just all kinds of memories flood back.
Mm-hmm. So I just start casing the woods to think. I'm trying to think like the Toothfairy. Where would I be analogous to where I discovered them last time? What conditions where I found the boy are similar to what's happening now?
It's remote. they're you're pretty sure he's spending time with them. Like it isn't a one.
And did I overhear there's Jeffrey and Michael's the farms? Did I overhear this?
Yeah, there's a hunting lodge to both the east and the west of your location.
How far?
Couple
Can
miles.
I see them from here? Oh,
No,
okay.
No, you couldn't possibly see them. No.
Is there anything? Is there a root cellar? Is there a compost? Is there an outhouse?
There is an outhouse. The others there are not. This is a hunting cabin put on a couple cinders, right?
What time of year did the murders back in '74 happen?
They were over the course of an entire year, and it
A whole year.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it would have been almost like sort of November, December when Mike had his encounter with the Toothfairy and almost saved Jamie.
And you said what time of year is it now? I'm sorry, I forgot.
October.
October. Okay.
Mike, do you remember anything of this creature that you saw before? That was the Toothfairy creature. Do you remember, like, because he's telling me he's seeing a female kind of woman that comes out at night and eats deer and moves fast. I know there are creatures like that, but I don't know if that's what this Toothfairy is. I'm not sure if they're the same.
One could
Are
use
you
the
asking
other
me?
to cover tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
like,
because
if you
don't see.
remember-
I haven't revealed myself, unfortunately.
Oh,
You're standing
Well,
there
'cause
with Gus.
No, Gus has left.
he got taken away.
So
Oh.
let's just recap here. Gus has left with the deputies,
Oh, got it.
and the sheriff has called for the other deputy to come out and essentially tape off the area as a sign.
Thank you. Okay, so we start. Is there? Okay, so this car was there. How soon ago?
Well,
like,
he
meaning
says he
what-
got
what-
back
Yeah.
6 weeks ago.
The car was already here,
Yeah.
so nobody's moved the car since then. But 6 weeks ago, somebody broke a tooth off, or a broken tooth got wedged in this car.
Yeah, and the bag has enough teeth for one person, basically. It was.
Is there a
yeah,
basement or cellar to this house?
No. There is a crawl space underneath because it's up on some cinder blocks.
Well, let's look in the crawl space.
And Ryan, which boy was it, or which two boys would it have been that was more than 4 weeks ago? Because I know you said there was one that was at
There's
4
only
weeks.
one. There's only one.
Okay, so who's the one that's older than that? That's more than that.
The first one.
As I'm walking back up, I
Is that Glenn?
got
Glenn
another
Rogers.
Glenn.
Glenn. Okay.
Yeah,
Strung over my shoulder.
suddenly there's more guns. The sheriff has brought more guns. So Glenn Rogers went missing 7 weeks ago. He's 17, and he was the kid that was charged for peeping Tom and exposing himself.
Okay.
And he was supposed to go to juvie, like the day after he went missing. And most people in
Okay.
town believe that he just skipped town to not.
He just
Do we have a sin eater scenario here?
What?
I get what you're saying, because if he was keeping Tom, and we all know how football players can be, and I don't remember what the other ones were.
What do I look at the sheriff and I say, what do we know about Dustin?
Well, I know he's dating my daughter.
And he was a football player, right?
No.
No.
That's
No.
not.
So what do we
That
know
was
about
Aaron.
him? Did he have any deviancy? Did he have any? Did he have a record? Did he?
Trust me, Mike. I looked into it before I found that he was dating my daughter.
What do we know?
Clean record. Seems court. Every time I met him, nice boy. Unless I missed something, Jeremy. As far as I know,
No.
pretty good kid.
Were
I will
any of
say
the-
I will say this. You have not been the most attentive father. You've been thinking about the loss of your wife. It was coming up on her anniversary of her death. There's a lot of things been going on in your life, and you're maybe doubting yourself a little bit, but you can't remember anything that presented itself in that way.
I don't remember seeing any red flags. I would have put a stop to him dating my daughter if I did.
With the case 10 years ago, were the kids in that case like deviants or have records or bad kids.
Assuming that Mike shares, there are 13 kids in total that went missing. I have a long list of names here, but really their names aren't really that important in that regard. I can tell you that some of them were not perfect. But not all.
Probably find with many teenagers.
Like there was no sort of socio-economical connection to be made. Kids of all races and sort of middle class, lower class.
So the only thing that they had in common was that they were close in age.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I want to look at the crawl space.
Okay. So you get down under the crawl space and start looking around. Your investigation is high enough that I'm not going to ask you to roll.
Okay.
You find a pillowcase. It has 2 eye holes. And there is what appears to be a blood stain where the mouth would be.
Like it was put over that and then...
Maybe.
Or a person.
Is there a hole where the mouth would be too?
No.
So whoever was wearing this probably had their teeth pulled out in the same way that the kid that I found with his whole bloody mouth with all his teeth missing. This might have been put over that kid's head. That's all I find under the house?
Yes, and it's not buried or anything. It's like it was just thrown under there.
How long, has it accumulated? Has it been there a while? What's the color of the blood?
The blood is brown and dried.
Okay.
And it's wet from being outside this time of year,
sure.
Right? And
yeah.
There's lots of leaves and other sort of just forest detritus that's been like blown under the cabin.
Okay. But it was put here.
Well,
like it was disposed
of.
It had some
leaves over it and that, but it was disposed of there, or it got there.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it wasn't like blown under there. Somebody shoved it here. What do we trust Gus? Gus said he found the place like this. Is there any other, as a PI, as I case the house, am I finding anything else?
When you haven't gone inside yet, so when
I'm crawling out from under the crawl space,
and
I go in the
inside, house. You're looking, and then you look up.
And
the rafters are exposed.
Yeah.
And there's a pair of very long belts wrapped around the rafter and dangling down. And you immediately think back to Jamie with his hand
the kid
bound above his head.
Right. So this is where whatever killings, a ritual or whatever occurred. As to anything being here now, we don't see anything. So this is just confirming our suspicions, but it's not leading us to a solution.
The blood on the floor is dried and stained the wood.
Because it was bled out.
That checks out with Gus's story. That if something happened here, it happened prior to Gus's arrival, when Gus came back about 6 weeks ago. And the teeth, I'll just keep feeding because we're of course on a time limit here. The teeth match up in that when you add the tooth from the car to the teeth in the bag, you have a full set.
It's a set.
Basically from about here around to the front.
So if something smashed its face, it did it.
And it echoes everything about your wound.
Right.
Mike.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Glenn Rogers here.
Ed, could you have maybe your deputies or something check the neighboring hunting lodges and see if either one of those is empty?
I got 2 deputies, and they're going to have to deal with this. I think we might have to take care of that.
Then we should check and see if the neighboring hunting lodges are empty, because if it was trying to move to a place nearby, where it could continue to do this sort
Well,
of
he
thing.
found the deer last night, so obviously it's at
Right.
least in the
Somewhere
area
around
within the
here.
last 24 hours.
I can be honest with you. I could call in a few more guys, but I don't know if I'd.
I
That's
mean,
never a
They're,
terrible
they're,
idea.
equipped, they're equipped to deal with this. I
we
don't
could
know.
stay here till the nighttime and try
We
to
could
bait
certainly
something.
use the bodies, right?
I'll call in any guys that I.
Yeah,
that I
you
can.
probably have auxiliary police force, right? So if you want to bring it in, and what are you having the auxiliary police? What are you focusing their efforts on?
I need this scene needs to be contained
I'm
right away. And
I'm gonna go. I'm sorry.
No,
Go
go
ahead.
I'm gonna go to the roof,
Okay.
and from the roof, I'm gonna look at the tree line to see if I see smoke coming from any other direction.
Okay. Yeah, you do that, and you don't see anything like that.
Okay.
Before the scene gets like locked down, can I don't know if maybe this is like because of my blood magic and all that sort of stuff, like am I able to, because there is blood present, even if it's old,
Yep.
am I able to like make a look around the cabin and look for anything that looks out of place?
For anything that might lead us in a direction.
Yeah,
Are you
anything
are
like
you
that.
focusing on the blood?
Yep, because that's kind of where my
Mojo comes from.
yeah.
I would
Blood
like you to make us
magic.
sense the unnatural then. Wits and occult, and we have 2 desperation dice. In the
Use 'em.
desperation pool.
Do it.
Well, she's doing that. I'd like to.
And
Grab my-
I will invoke your specialty as well. So your blood magic gives you an additional +1 dice. So we're doing intelligence plus blood magic. That's an 8 dice pool, and then you can use up to another 2 dice from desperation if you want.
Use them because you could crit a couple times.
Hey, Jared, I'm
Alright,
gonna grab Mike while she's doing that,
Yep.
and I'm gonna see if he can help me take a look for any kind of tracks or anything leading out of here before the place gets trampled to hell by deputies.
Okay.
Maybe anything from the car, any direction from the car.
Okay, so I rolled
Prints, anything?
What'd you roll?
4 10s, a 9,
4
a
tens?
6. Yeah, a 9, a 7, a 6. So
Yeah. So
So like a double crit.
2 10s gives you a crit of an extra 2 successes. 4
yep,
10s.
and I got 4 of them.
4 10s that actually steps up to I think 5 bonus successes. So
You start to
yeah.
levitate.
So the hood, the pillowcase.
Yeah. Yep.
That blood is not human blood.
Okay. Am I able to sort of figure out anything about it? Like I'll look at Mike, and probably at this point, given that my eyes are probably bleeding at this point.
Oh yeah. Actually, like, sure, like a tear, blood tear coming down,
Yeah.
and your
for sure.
head starts to, a few places start to crack open, and they don't run. It's just like a little blood blot right there as your
Yep.
as your stigmata kicks in, and as you focus down on this, it's not vampire blood, it's not werewolf blood. You have never sensed anything like this before, and it is potent.
Okay.
Now that you have the
How-
scent of it, can you track it?
You couldn't track it
Probably.
unless there was a blood trail, of course. If there was a blood
Yeah.
trail, you could. But if you sense this particular blood again, you'll know it.
I'll know it. Okay. Yeah. It. If I sense this again, I'll know it. But whatever this is powerful. I've come across other things, and I've never seen this.
So, using my normal person skills over here, do I see anything around the station wagon, tracks, trails? anything?
No, you
Okay.
don't. Nothing in that regard. Listen, Jessie has now like identified that you are not dealing with some low-level, sort of vampire or werewolf, and we are going to bump our pool to 3, our desperation pool. You are not fighting something that's going to.
It's the car.
If it matters, the desperation dice that I rolled was above a 6.
Yeah, no.
It
The
was
only
it
thing
was
we
a
have to worry
7.
about on desperation dice is if they come up.
As if it's a 1.
Okay, if it's a 1. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, they were nothing. I never didn't have any 1s, so.
What do you want me to
The
do?
car's been wiped clean. We found the tooth in the car. We found the pillowcase under the thing. There's a blood stain. There's belts. The thing strung it up from the rafters, so it's probably taller than. I mean, the fact that it could get the kid up into the rafters and tie them up is obviously we're dealing with something of an innumerable strength. I start trying to tick through my journal, and I'm looking to see if I randomly wrote anything down in my 10 years of dogged pursuit of answers. What is there anything that I can find?
Let's make an intelligence occult check.
Seeing as he's like randomly, like as he's excited, well, he's not excitedly, but like seeing him flip through his like journal and stuff like that, like Jessie would probably be doing the same.
Okay.
And trying her best to like
okay,
compare.
So intelligence, occult. I'm gonna use desperation dice because I'm freaking out now. Okay. How many do I have? Can I pull from?
You have a possible pool of 3.
Should I use them, guys?
do it. I say do it. It's a one shot.
Oh, I need. Oh,
go big or go
all
home.
3 would be desperation dice, right?
Yeah. Yes, I assume so.
I'm asking.
Come on.
The desperation dice? Yeah, you can do all 3.
All 3 would be like special different dice.
That's right.
Go big or go home. It's a one shot.
I'm saying. Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3. Oh, I got a crit. One of them is on a part of the desperation dice, so a 0 desperation dice. So I got 1 crit and 1, 2, 3 successes and 5 successes, but it's a crit.
Okay. So as you're going through your notes, you land on a case in Florida, and it says, your note scribbling says, "Not all monsters look like monsters." And you remember that you were talking to a cell of hunters in Florida, and they tracked down what they thought was some sort of werewolf, some sort of shape changer. And it was just a man. But no matter what they did, he seemed to be able to, thwart off their attacks. And they talked about putting him down, and he got back up. They tried to find his origin, but all they could come back to was sort of like this idea that some men and women, of course, are just born evil. They're not possessed. They're not like a shape changer, a monster, a vampire that was once man turned monster. They have bad, for lack of a better word, sort of like bad juju. And that this individual had used sort of voodoo-like rituals. Strong on the voodoo-like. To push his strength, his power even higher.
So as I'm doing this, and all the wheels in my head are like clicking, and it's like things are locking into place. that the Toothfairy was using these kids to try and become something else.
Maybe
is what I'm taking from this. Is that the change that it was it's trying to transform, and it's using the kids sacrificially or in some sort of ritual. And I pitched this to the Padre. Is there anything that you've heard of in your order that would match this description that could give us any insight?
Yeah, I'll try to. I mean, let's see.
Can you phone a friend?
And would it be like? Well, yeah. I mean,
you do have a mentor. You have a mentor.
I
right?
do. Are there cell phones? Probably not. But
There's
is there a
not.
car
But
phone?
if you got back to the station, you could make the call.
Okay.
So he's
I have people I can call too at the
as
university.
he's rattling off all these ideas as he's reading through his book. I'm assuming it's kind of frantic and whatnot. And I pick up on the not all. I think basically the only thing I understand out of all that is that not all monsters look like monsters or whatever. And immediately, as soon as I hear that, I just go, "Hey, Fred, you there?"
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. You got eyes on Gus?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're almost back to the station.
I think.
Would you mind to just put him in the cell for the day, would you?
You can hear from the back seat. Why the fuck do I have to go in a cell? And he's like, yeah, I'll get on that,
Just
Sheriff.
for his own safety.
If we can head back, I can try to call a mentor or something, to see if they know, because this is
You feel
very
like
obscure.
you've got all the information from this cabin you're going to get.
Yeah.
Y'all wanna head back to the station?
Yeah,
or-
let's get out of here. Yeah.
Or do we want to check these? I mean, I guess I'm the sheriff. I should probably call. But do you think we should check these other cabins, or do you want to just head back and see if we can find some more resources?
I think we head back
Yeah.
to where
Okay.
Glenn
Yeah.
is.
Okay,
Head back.
and you had called for the auxiliaries to come in. What are you having them focus on?
I want to just make sure that this site is locked down,
Okay.
and I'll have them inspect the other cabins
Okay.
as well.
Okay. So you
Save us some time.
get back. When you arrive, Kathy has called in some catering, and
Bless you.
Kathy, what a gem.
yeah. So you make your phone call. So let's start with the Reverend Hildegard.
Okay.
So you call your mentor,
Yeah.
who kind of got you out of the grips of the vampire that held you previously.
Father Evanston.
Take off the action.
Father Evanston. Now you and the father are not the same religious alignment. Like, he's Catholic. You're probably not Catholic if you're a woman and a reverend.
Yeah,
So-
I Googled the first denominations to ordain a woman.
Okay. But
probably Presbyterian.
under the long night, you all work together.
Yep.
So he picks up the phone and he's like, "How's it going?"
It's not, I mean, we're getting a lot of information, but I can't tell which of it is related directly to these kids that are missing. And we're trying to parse it out, there was some blood there that wasn't human, and this investigator had some information, and I just kind of relay all of what we know and
Yeah, you
see if something
lay
shakes
that
out.
you lay that all out, and he says, "There are unique creatures, and you may be dealing with one. Have you investigated the bank? The letter is very peculiar to me. The fact that the kindred would reach out and say that they weren't responsible. Clearly they feared that we would learn of this and approach and investigate. Someone at that bank connected to the kindred are afraid."
So the bank is here, right? The
Yeah,
bank is here in this town.
The letter that you received came on letterhead from the Central Bank of Ridgeway. And it is the only bank in town. He
Yeah,
says I would lean on that, and you can certainly check in with the Reverend Flanagan there in town. He is not aware of our order, but would definitely know the population and would know it differently than your sheriff.
Sure. Okay. This is all on speakerphone, probably. I don't know.
Okay.
So that everyone can.
Yep. I assume we're back in the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Kathy's like walking around, sandwich, coffee.
Thank you, Kathy.
How about Jessie? Who is Jessie calling?
So it says that I have 2 different contacts that I can get a hold of, but I would probably call the ones at the university first.
Okay. So there is a select number of people at the university that sort of know the occult. You know, they're probably in adjacent sort of faculties, like maybe archaeology or anthropology, but they have an interest in the occult, and you know some of those people.
Yeah, so I would probably call, I have written down here Professor Hayes, so.
Okay. So you ring up Professor Hayes. You trust his judgment.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a lot more field work than you. So you get a hold of him.
Okay.
He's not aware of your mission, though. Whereas the mentor knows, the contact does not. The contact just isn't, it has your back for information purposes and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, so I would call about all the information that we found out about the attack that happened in Florida.
Okay.
I would ask, does that sound like anything that you've ever heard of? Like, I know there are some things that can look like other things, but I've never heard one that walks around like a person.
He tells you that he goes, I think you're looking for a corrupted soul. There's no outside influence. They've brought this on themselves. They've willed it into being. It doesn't happen very often.
What's involved or something like that?
There's been a trauma, more than likely, in the tooth. Can we call it the Toothfairy?
Sure. At this point, yeah.
From what you've told me, I would anticipate that it is replaying something from its life.
Okay.
It is reliving a trauma and inflicting it on other people.
And I'm watching the boys when this is going on. Like, while we're hearing this information, I'm watching them specifically because I have a feeling like
the only
it's tied to one of them.
The only pattern that I can find here, Jessie, that from what you're telling me, is that the age of 17 in that neighborhood, that's important to it. It needs to inflict harm on that.
In that age.
Is it?
And most likely boys. I don't understand the missing girl. That doesn't fit.
Is it possible? If we're on speakerphone, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it possible that one of the boys that was a victim before has become a corrupted soul?
That's where I went.
Did any of them survive?
I suppose. You don't know if any have survived. You don't know if any have died. A body has never been found. Only teeth.
Okay.
Jeez.
So, all right. And she'll look at Mike. The one that you came across, whatever became of that boy?
Well, he disappeared as far as I know, and his parents held me responsible. So whatever hit me was outside of this boy. Whatever became of that boy obviously was the result of whatever this thing that hit me did.
The voice on the other end of the phone, the professor that Jessie has called, says he recognizes who you are from the cases and everything.
Yeah.
And he's like, Mr. Pellico, you are more than likely spared because you do not fit his storyline. He is revisiting these attacks on something because more than likely he suffered this same attack.
So in your history of looking up these boys before,
Yeah.
did you come across anybody that sort of met that were like, they suffered a trauma as a child?
Like abuse
Well,
or
that would be a
something?
GM question. Did I? I open up my journal.
Were any of the boys abused?
Well, like,
Or somebody who's connected to the case that was around the same age that was abused?
No, you can't think of any connection in that.
So he's doing to these boys something that was, or she was doing something to these boys that was done to them.
He says no. I think this is a boy. He is revisiting his trauma on other boys.
Right. So in Pittsburgh, was there any cases that matched what happened to this kid? Okay.
Nothing comes to mind.
Okay.
And your research didn't even focus on that. So you're like, you don't have anything to pull on from Pittsburgh at this point in that regard.
I have nothing.
I'm gonna pick up, or if they're still on the phone, that's fine. I'll wait for my turn for the phone.
No, what do you do? What do you do? Let's jump in here. What do you do?
Yeah.
I'd like hearing that. I'd like to make some calls to contact some law enforcement in Pittsburgh to see if there's any cases, older cases related to
Okay.
what we were just talking about.
Okay, so you do that as well. All right. Can you? So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna say the afternoon is spent there at the police station, making these phone calls, tracking people down. Ryan, give me a manipulation or charisma, and then investigation. Manipulation or charisma plus your investigation.
Sure. I'm gonna use.
And there are 3 points in the pool.
I'll use all 3.
Okay.
Actually, I'll use 2 because I have 2 yellow dice. in front of
Yep,
me.
that's fine.
While he's doing that, can I maybe make a check for
Oh shit!
my research at all? Anything
Okay.
that would maybe have hinted at that?
Hinted at what?
At maybe something that maybe would have matched this.
In another piece of research?
Yeah, so because my academics is specifically research.
Yeah, so if you could get to a library, you could search through public record to see if there's any record of that sort of abuse here.
Got an
Y'all got a
interesting
library
one.
here.
Okay, what'd you get there, Ryan?
I have 8 successes with
Whoa.
a 1 on a desperation die.
Okay. So so with 8 successes, unfortunately, you don't get anything back as far as a connection of abuse that was found during these old cases. And with such a high roll, you got very lucky. Like maybe you talked to someone that was around at the time of those cases, and they come clean with you, and they don't have any record of. They're not aware of anything that sort of matches what you're describing.
Okay.
However, with your 1, that will bump the danger pool by 1. So certain obstacles have just become more difficult. With all your calling around and that, maybe you've gone, maybe you've been noticed in town by the Toothfairy.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're maybe barking up the wrong tree on that.
Is there a library here that I could look through some records?
Yeah. You also know that there is a library. You can go look through public records. Do you want to do that?
Maybe we make a stop
That
there.
could take you the remainder of the evening, though. Because this is not computer databases.
Oh yeah. I remember the old
like
films.
microfiche
Yep.
and like 1984.
I'm old enough to remember those.
Yep. So are you going to do that then? What's the feeling of the rest of the
I don't
group?
wanna
What
split the
what is the
party up.
speed of pace that we're going at here?
I think the Reverend wants to go to the bank.
I'll go with the Reverend to the bank.
Sure. If she's gonna go to the library, I'm gonna call the librarian, and I'm gonna use my influence to get her some help with working.
Okay, so I will add your influence points to Jessie's dice pool.
Sure, and I'll go with her, and I'll use my influence to see if I can.
Okay. So
Get the
we will need
process expedited.
an intelligence and is it academics that you have the research in?
Yep.
So intelligence and academics plus 2
That's
for the
8.
sheriff's influence.
So 10
And then
altogether.
any dice that you want to add up to 3 from the pool.
Don't do it.
And while you roll that, the two of you go to the bank. And the sun, it's it's fall, so it's getting dark early. It's just sort of twilight. And you walk in, and the bank's actually getting ready to close up. When the manager's there, and he smiles at you and says, "There's time to make a quick transaction if you'd like."
Well, actually, I just need some information. Perhaps I received a letter from your bank not too long ago at an organization in New York, and I'm like trying not to be super obvious so that like if he knows who to get.
So
For
on his
us.
little name tag, it says Manager Joseph Alvarez. He takes your letter and starts looking at it. He says, "Well, this is our letterhead. But I couldn't tell you who wrote this, Reverend." And then can I have you and our private investigator
Yes.
roll a wits awareness?
Do I do it, Ryan? Do I roll them all?
Just roll 10. You don't need to roll 13.
I mean, I could, but
I'm gonna add desperation.
I think
dice.
10's
I'm gonna add
probably
all
good.
3.
I'll add desperation dice as well.
Okay, let's do it. We got lots of rolling all at once. Desperation dice everywhere.
Okay.
I rolled 1 on the desperation,
You rolled one desperation, so our danger is bumping.
and I got 3 successes.
3 successes.
I got 3 successes.
3 successes. So
No ones.
as you talk to the manager and show him the letter, you notice a woman enter. She has a pair of track pants on, hoodie pulled up over her head. She's carrying a bucket in one hand with cleaning supplies in it. Pair of rubber gloves hanging over the side of it, maybe. She looks at the two of you with that letter, and just for a moment, both of you see not the eyes of a human.
Oop.
She has sort of a yellow, almost glowing eyes to her as she reads your auras and just tries to go unnoticed and makes a beeline for the back of the bank.
Do we see this though? Yeah.
Yes, with 3 successes, absolutely.
And
she's
We did roll danger, so we're up to 2 in the danger pool, and we've identified perhaps the woman. So I'm going to bump our pool to 4 now for our what's the word I'm looking for? Help me out here. Our
Desperation.
Our desperation pool goes to 4.
Can I just say, well, thank you for your time, manager. It's nice to meet you. Have a nice day, and like go out, see if there's a door around the back that the lady maybe went out of.
No.
I asked to use a restroom.
Okay. He points you in the direction of the restroom, and you see the woman. She goes behind the tellers and puts her bucket down, and she looks like she's maybe the night cleaning lady.
Huh.
And she's looking like she's getting ready, get her stuff ready, but every so often the eyes look up and straight at you, Reverend.
I don't know. Okay.
Todd, your Mike walks across and into the bathroom.
Well, no.
Okay.
But
Walks in that direction.
I head to that direction. Now, when this person clocked us, did they recognize me? Did I get that?
No,
that
no, you
sense?
did not.
Okay.
No, you did not. But there
So
was
this
recognition in perhaps the letter.
Right. But they stayed. Like they stayed, and they're gonna do their job. I mean, they're to night clean, yeah. and the letter came from this building. We don't know who sent it. They clocked the letter, so maybe they sent it?
That's what you're thinking.
Maybe.
Yes. I'm gonna try and sneak around and approach
Okay.
the night lady.
Can you give me a I would like you to roll composure. And you can choose here either animal ken
Yeah.
or persuasion.
Or
Persuasion.
just a second.
And I want you to
They both suck.
you feel like you're about to approach like a cornered dog. And I do
Right.
like
So I'm gonna add desperation dice.
okay.
All 3.
Okay.
All right, so I got 1, 2, 3 successes and no danger dice.
Okay. So you approach.
Yeah.
She stands still and looks at you. And her eyes are predatory.
I put my
Almost
hand out
bestial.
and I go very quietly. We just want to help the kids.
Joseph, take a walk. And as her voice crosses the bank, it has real power to it. And he just stiffens up and walks out the door.
Almost like he was charmed.
Mm-hmm.
Does that seem familiar to me?
Yeah. You think you're
Yeah.
dealing with a kindred.
Cool. I'm gonna walk toward her as well.
You're with the Long Night.
I am.
You can see that there's a tremble across her lip, in her hand.
Look,
And you know that if this goes wrong, you're going to have a fight on your hands.
clearly there's someone who's taking care of the deer. I don't know if that's related to these kids. That's what we're trying to figure out. Because there's something real unnatural going on with these kids as well, and real bad.
The deer are
We
my
just
doing.
want to help.
The deer are you.
Who's got the kids?
Did you see anything out by that cabin?
It's strong.
Okay.
Can you
enough,
help us?
Strong enough that I couldn't fight it off. Strong enough that when it hit me and she pulls that hoodie back a bit, you can see that there's still a mark there, and she should be able to heal regular wounds, which means this is like an aggravated damage. A supernatural creature has struck her.
What hit you?
It wears a hood.
So do you.
No, a full hood.
Do you know where it is?
Yeah, where did it go after Gus came back?
I've never been struck like this before, and I ran. But when I ran, I passed a van on the road. White with scratches on the side of it.
Was there a penis on the side?
She, like, her eyes go wide,
Is it the freaking flower lady? I swear to God.
and she's like,
It's Karen. Well, whatever.
she's like,
It's Anne.
there was. Artemis, what did Jessie roll on her research as she looks through the?
So I rolled 9 successes. 2 of them were 10s.
9 successes.
Yes,
With a
9
crit.
out of 10.
You come across an old newspaper clipping.
Oh, I'm like sweating, you guys.
A
Come on, we gotta
me-
kill this thing.
This is like 1968, 1969.
Okay.
Nice.
A resident
Shut
of the
familiar.
town, a resident of the town, Bert Warwick.
Bert Warwick?
Yes.
Okay.
was charged with domestic abuse to his son Kevin.
Okay. Okay.
It's implied in the paper dances around it, but it implies of horrible atrocities inflicted upon the boy.
Anything to do with mouth-related trauma?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
As
What time of the year did this happen? I'm sorry. I'm not with them. Never mind.
she's doing her
this
research.
This is like from a summer clipping of a newspaper.
Okay.
It says that Kevin was the youngest of 3 children. He has an older brother named David, and then the middle child, Anne, his sister.
Oh.
She's protecting her
that-
brother. She's protecting her brother.
Seeing that, I'm gonna tell Sheriff. I'm gonna tell Ed. Hey, you might want to look at this.
I
We got a problem.
I look up and I'm paying like not
It,
too much interest in her doing her research because it's not really my jam.
Yeah.
I'm flipping through. I'm in the new release section. I'm flipping through a copy of "You Can Heal Your Life" by Anne May.
Okay.
Huh?
You also have also mentioned in the article is that police, and it names the sheriff, and it's actually the sheriff who our current sheriff took over from.
Yeah, Bud. Yeah.
Went to take Mr. Warwick into custody and was not found.
Jesus.
Hey.
So I look at the kindred.
Ed, you're gonna want to look at this.
Back at the bank.
Yep. Oh,
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Back at the bank.
I say, I too, and I show her my wounds, have met this creature up close and personal.
She reaches out her hand as you do that
Mhm.
to touch your face. Do you allow that?
Of course.
And she runs her finger along where your lip had been broken open,
Mm-hmm.
and then traces that same mark, and you see it on her face.
Mm-hmm. So
It has a buckle on its fist. A belt buckle.
where's it on its hands? So it was beaten. It beats with a belt, in the same way that it was probably beaten with a belt. How do we stop it?
I don't know.
I mean, we gotta try to find it. To try, we gotta try to save these kids.
So in my time in the sheriff's office,
Yes.
I overheard all of the stuff about the van.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna call the sheriff's office and tell. The sheriff is at the library, right?
Yeah, but you can call Kathy. Could get him on the radio, right?
Okay, yeah, let's do that. So I do that. I let him know that I think it's Anne. I think we got to go, or I think Anne's protecting it. We got to go to, and Anne's a florist.
Yep. And
Totally.
and
And
how, Sheriff, you know that the Warwick's house is just outside of town. Anne has a small greenhouse off the side of the house, and she also has a small barn.
Where should we? Yeah, but so I'm talking to Kathy, who's talking to Ed. Ed's talking to Kathy.
Ed's talking to me.
The goddamn 80s.
Yeah, it is.
Tell Ed to meet us at the.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys arrange a meeting place. The group meets up. And
Yeah.
are we going out to Anne's house?
Yes.
Are we?
Yeah,
also
like I
in
would
the police
confirm
vehicle, or are
all
we
that.
going-
I think we're bringing as many people as we freaking can. We got to surround this place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call Father,
Call in
who's
the
the guy
troops.
here, and see if he
Flanagan.
can help us just with some.
Call him the father.
Just,
Yeah.
I know he's not like part of the organization, but just get him in on it. Be like,
Call
say
your-
some prayers.
Come on down, father. Bring your cross.
Call all your
Do you-
Please.
deputies
Do you call the
in and
Reverend?
Might as well.
I call
Bring
in whatever
everybody.
whatever hunters I
At
know.
this
I'm
point,
going to
just
say
call
that
everybody.
Reverend Flanagan is not available to take the call.
Okay. Dang it. Bring everybody.
You go through some hunters, and they're like, "We can't be there. We can't be there in time."
Okay, then my blood's on your hand. Bye.
Let's just go.
I'll get on the
Gotta
horn
stop
and
it.
try to get any deputies I have down there.
Okay.
Leave the auxiliary
So
people at the
you pull up in front of the house, and your deputies arrive at approximately the same time. Your old deputy and your young deputy. Give us their names again.
Fred and
The younger one is Fred Williams, and the older one is Douglas Went.
Okay. When you arrive, you are out at the road, and it's set back a little bit. It's like an old farmhouse, right?
Mhm.
And you can see a sign that says like Anne's Flowers, and there is this little white house, and right beside it there is a long greenhouse, and then there is a barn sort of behind the greenhouse and house, and you can see just with the last bit of light, you can see that there is a chimney on the barn. It's not blowing out smoke though. You can see, like, you know when heat comes out, you can see like waves, like a really hot barbecue. You
yeah,
can
like
see
a
that.
heat haze.
All right, hold on here, folks. I go and I went back to the station. I
Okay.
pop the trunk.
Yeah.
I pull out rifles, shotguns, pistols, everything.
Okay.
It's an arming montage.
So
Yeah.
everyone can have either a
Like
shotgun
Commando.
or a
Like
revolver
Commando.
or both.
I think just a small.
Yeah, I'm thinking the
Technically,
same thing for
Ryan
Jesse.
has
She's
an-
got like
A
we're running short
derringer.
on-
Getting
We're
you.
running short on time, but Ryan has an edge that allows him to outfit the unit.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say that you make
Like-
a successful roll on
It's
that,
like,
and everyone can
like,
have either a shotgun or a pistol, whatever your choice, or both.
I got a shotgun.
it's like that scene in Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he's shopping.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that movie, but
Yeah.
Marge needs a beat up revolver.
sure.
Yeah.
You take whatever you like. It's all here.
As you guys pull all the weapons out of the trunk, you see that there's a light in the house, and it turns off.
Turns on.
Off.
It's off.
Off.
I think Marge just starts going straight to the barn. Screw the house. Don't need to deal with anyone.
I'm going to the
there.
barn too.
Go to the barn.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll actually start running at this point.
Okay. So you move down the edge of the property. What are the two deputies doing? Are they coming with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the four of you plus the two deputies, you guys run down the perimeter of the property and you make it to the barn. There is definitely, you can hear sort of some sort of, like maybe fast rushing gas or something, but there's something going on in that barn, and the chimney has those heat waves just coming out of it.
Do I catch a smell of anything?
Nope.
I kicked the door open.
Okay. So you move into the barn. The barn would have maybe once held a few horses. There's a few paddocks. And at the back of the barn, there is a large green farm incinerator. The lid on it is down, and it is running full tilt. And you are hearing the gas from, you can see all kinds of very large propane tanks. And it's running gas, and it is running hot.
What is the smell in here?
There is no smell.
No smell.
You can smell like heat. Like, do you know what I'm talking about when you're like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But not
it's
like a burning body
it's-
smell.
No. As the son of a funeral director, I can tell you that if the crematorium is running hot enough, you will not smell anything.
Oh, okay.
I'll
That
run.
could
Well,
be.
I'm with them,
Yeah.
and so we're now sort of taking formation. What do we see? We see the incinerator. Is there any person in there? What do we see?
You move over, and there's a very small window.
Uh-huh.
And you sort of look through, and there is a body in there, like a blackened shard, and the retorts are just hitting it with flame.
Okay.
But it has no head.
Okay.
Ooh.
So it's part of the ritual. They're trying to do something. And
Does
we
it
saw the
look
light go off in the
abnormal?
house, so something is in the house.
Yeah. There are also a couple of buckets and shovels and brooms around the incinerator, and
What's in the buckets?
leftover ash.
Are there any teeth
What's
in
in the
there?
buckets?
There are no teeth.
I'm gonna go to turn the incinerator on.
Okay, you shut the gas off on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that hissing sound just melts away, and the red light coming from that little viewport just, gone. I will tell you, if you open that right now, that is going to be hot. You could risk an injury.
I think I'd be smart enough probably not to open it.
Can we see through that little gap how tall the body would have been?
No, it fits in here. This thing could take a cow's body, so it looks very small inside. Like it's a farm.
Okay.
It's an industrial farm incinerator.
Can we tell if it's male or female at this point?
No.
Is there any thing under the floor, like any kind of storage where they would put hay bales or anything like that? Like any?
Yeah, the barn is not functional anymore. Like there are no hay bales here. It's been swept out a long time ago. It's not clean, but it's also not disorganized. There's literally hardly anything in here, with the exception of the incinerator and like the buckets and brooms and things like that.
But no cellar or anything.
No.
Okay.
I would say that at this point, I'm probably pretty desperate to know if this is my daughter or not. I'm gonna tell everybody to back up, and I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Can I have you make a dexterity athletics check, please?
Yep.
To avoid getting burned.
There's no way I wouldn't open it. 5. I'm gonna use all the desperation dice.
Okay. I think that
we
fits your
have
ambition.
We have 4 now.
Yeah, we have 4 in the desperation pool.
Let me just roll those first.
4 in the desperation pool, 2 in the danger pool.
Okay, no ones there.
Okay, that's good. You need 6s, my man.
So I got 1, 2, 3, 4 successes and a crit.
Nice.
4 regular successes and then the crit, or one of the 4 is a crit?
So a 9, a 6, 2 10s.
Okay, 2 10s. Okay, all right.
Yeah. A 9, a 6, and 2 10s.
You throw the lid open and then get the hell out of the way, and you guys just see a massive wall of heat pour out, and even some ash flies up out of it and everything.
Is there a way to pull the? Is it on a slide kind of thing?
Yeah, you would slide the body out the end.
Is there any thing I can? Is there a glove or anything? I just want to make sure I don't.
Yeah, I'll say there's a glove, sure, because
it would be. Yeah, so I'm just gonna slide it out and see if I can tell.
Yeah, you burn yourself. You burn yourself, not enough to hurt yourself, so we're not gonna take off any health levels. But you get a bit of a burn even through the glove. Go ahead.
No, I look at the reverend and I say it looks like Anne is trying to cover up the evidence of her brother's handiwork. So my guess is we got to get in that house.
Yeah.
You pull out the remains, and the bones are all there on the drawer that goes into the.
Is there? I'm gonna say that. Is there any jewelry or anything on it? Would that be gone if there was any jewelry?
No, it would leave a puddle of whatever the metal was, right?
But it has no head.
Yeah, but it has no head, and there is no signs of jewelry, and any sort of clothing and flesh has been burnt away. This is just the charred bones of a teenage kid.
Could I make a medicine check of some kind?
Yes, to see, because there is a way to tell from pelvic bones as to whether and rib number. Okay, go ahead and get me what is your intelligence medicine? Maybe we don't even have to roll this. You don't even have to roll.
6 total.
It's a boy.
Okay. I tell him that this isn't your daughter.
Let's go back toward the house.
You drop to a knee?
Put a hand on his shoulder.
Let's go back toward the house. Maybe we can save someone.
Yeah, we gotta go.
You said we can burn willpower for things?
You can burn willpower to re-roll, or
re-roll.
You can only use your sense unnatural once a scene, but you can burn a willpower to use it more than once in a scene.
Okay.
As we get closer to the house, can I use my sense unnatural?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll.
Okay.
What is that? That's
6 starting.
Yeah, wisdom occult.
And then what kind of desperation dice we got going on right now? 4 total?
There's 4 in the pool.
Okay.
What's disguised delivery?
You're able to make explosives that don't look like explosives.
Freaking.
Okay, so I got I got 5 regular successes and then 2 10s.
Okay. You sense the same thing that had you sense the blood from the pillowcase.
And she does not look good. She is like bleeding from everywhere now.
In the house.
Yeah.
In the house.
You sense more than that though. There's a second entity inside the house.
Same kind?
No.
Okay, we got 2 things in here that we're dealing with. Do I get any kind of sense of what the other thing is?
You think an unrested spirit.
Okay, I would explain all that as I'm like bleeding from literally everywhere.
I don't know what any of that, but if my daughter's in that house, we're going. And I just start running towards the house.
Okay. So as you approach the back of the house, you move down the side of the
I guess I would try to be somewhat cautious, like as I'm approaching, but like,
Okay.
I'm not just like fucking.
You move down the side of the greenhouse and there's a little back porch with a back screen door. But there's also a set of doors that lead into the cellar and they're chained.
Can I sense direction with my like blood?
It's in the house. It's in the house.
It's in the house. Okay, so I tell him house, not
I
basement.
look over to Mike and I go, upstairs or downstairs?
We got to get it. If there's kids, I think they're in the cellar. If it's chained, it's so they can't get out. What I know from these old houses, if this is the only entrance, or is there an internal entrance to the cellar from the house?
There's probably an internal entrance as well.
Okay.
This is the original entrance to the cellar, but probably at some point this house has been renovated and there's a set of steps as well.
I'm gonna say, you go save your daughter. You go down. I'll go up. I'll go up to where I saw the light go off.
I take a flashlight and I look down at the chain thing to see if I can see anything through. Is there like a little crack
No.
in the cellar? Nothing. I say, I put my face down towards the cellar door and I say, disperse! And I pull the shotgun and I blast the cellar door.
You blast the chain and the cellar door and everything?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's very effective. Now, you're breaching the cellar steps, and Mike, you're going in through the back door?
I might wait a second till they get up to the other door.
So Mike's leading in through the back door. Where is Reverend and Jessie going?
I'm going in the house.
Yeah,
You're going
Jessie's
in with
going
Mike?
in.
Mike?
I'm going in with Mike too, because I got something that might help.
Are the deputies coming with you, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Probably
Okay.
safer.
I'll send the old one with them.
Okay.
Okay.
So sorry, the old one goes with them. You take the kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got Fred and Doug's going in.
So
in the
this
house.
is happening simultaneously. So you breach the basement, and there's a set of. I'm going to do that first. There's a set of cellar steps going down. So it looks like a hard-packed dirt floor.
Yep.
So you are you going to use a flashlight?
Yeah, I'll pull my flashlight.
And what weapon do you have in hand?
If I'm going to pull the flashlight out, I'm going to have to put the shotgun over my shoulder. So I'll pull my revolver.
Yeah, your deputy has shotgun in hand, and the two of you descend into the basement.
Correct.
What you're greeted by is a number of supports holding up the house. It is a stone foundation. There are numerous cobwebs and things like that in the corners. In the center of the room is Dustin. He has his hands above his head, and they are thrown over a hook on one of those basement supports. The strap goes over the hook and then binds his two hands up like this. His head sags and he's on his knees, and you can see blood and teeth all over the basement. There is also flies, because the blood just becomes a natural feeding and breeding ground for them, and it's not cold enough yet to get rid of them. From where you're looking at your light, you can't actually make out his poor Dustin's chin, because like a flap of skin is just kind of hanging.
I do a quick sweep of the room with the flashlight to see if I see.
You see a set of stairs going up, and beneath the steps, you see a cairn of skulls. No teeth in them.
Helmet.
I'm
I'm not there.
After I scan the room, I holster my pistol and I say, "Fred, cover me." And I start to move up towards Dustin, and I look back over my shoulder, and Fred, who I just asked to cover me,
as you do that, Fred retches.
That's what I was gonna say. I turn around, he's puking.
Yeah. The smell of the rotten blood down here is atrocious.
I'll slowly move up to Dustin, and I'm just gonna confirm that what I already know, that he's dead.
He's not.
What
He's breathing.
Not dead. He's breathing.
He's breathing. You can see every so often, like his mouth is just like it's not even recognizable as a mouth. But every so often, a little bit of blood catches him breathing and blows almost like a little bubble. You can see bone.
I pull out my knife off my hip, and I go to slice the belt.
Okay, and we're going to jump upstairs. So upstairs, you breach into the back door, and you come into a kitchen. A kitchen that is functioning in two ways. It's functioning as a kitchen, but it also appears to be functioning as a floral studio. There are a number of vases and cut flowers on the counters. And the whole thing is a little surreal as you come in. There is an obvious odor of rot and decay.
Is there a stove?
There is.
Okay. I'm going to go over to the stove, and I'm going to turn the gas on without the pilot light lighting.
Okay. You hear it start to whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Beyond the kitchen, there's one of those, like, the old school open the shutters, and the dining room would be on the other side. When you do that, when you look through that, because it's not closed, you can see a dining room in the dark, just a little bit of light coming in through the windows from the moon and everything. But there's definitely a dining room there, and there is a large, almost like, it looks like some sort of family portrait at one end. And as you guys sort of take that in, there's a creak from the second floor, like something just moved up there.
How long does my sense last?
It's still going. You can
Okay.
but this is what I'll tell you. When you come into this house, it is like a blanket of assault on your sense unnatural. You rolled so high.
Yeah.
You're so finely tuned in. Hands, eyes bleeding from your stigmata in full effect. And you just can't pinpoint in here. It is just like a fog of unnatural power.
Okay. Just be careful, because I can't see, so...
You hear someone in the basement throw up.
I think Reverend Marge is just going to be like, Anne? I'm just calling out, Anne, we know this is a complicated situation. We just need to find out what's going on. We want to help. I'm here to help, if I can. Try to save y'all some grief, and I'll start to go toward the stairs.
Yeah. So you're moving down the hallway from the kitchen. The dining room passes you. You're coming up on the living room, and you pass the stairs down to the cellar. The front stairs dump out right at the front door, so you've got a long walk down this narrow hallway. And as the Reverend is almost to the front of the living room, there is a blood-curdling scream as you hear a girl scream out the word "Daddy." And I'm going to save your ears on the mic, but it rocks you to your core.
We all hear it.
Yes, even Ryan.
Upstairs?
Ryan, it is undeniably your daughter. and it just right through the house. Like it just hits you in the heart so hard to hear her cry like that. Yeah, that's what you hear.
Is she upstairs?
It sounds like she's upstairs.
I'm running now.
Okay, then can I have you make a wits awareness check for me, Emily, for the good Reverend?
So I'm gonna add all the desperation dice.
Yeah.
Okay. We got 3 successes. No ones. 3 successes.
Okay.
I might spend a willpower. How many can I spend, to reroll?
You can spend 1 willpower to reroll up to 3 dice, but none can be your desperation dice. They can only be your regular pool.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Desperation ones. I'll just reroll 1 then, because that's all I got. That's a 5. Okay.
It's a 5? Okay.
It's a 5.
Okay.
So
So
not that much better.
no. So you only catch the movement a moment too late. Jessie and Mike, there is a flash of movement from the living room, and as the Reverend reaches the bottom of the steps, it's like a freight train runs her over. A massive bulk of man comes blitzing out of the living room and just leads with a haymaker of a punch that immediately sends a shockwave through Mike, as this must have been what it looked like step from a side. So how many
From the outside.
How many successes was that in total?
Just 3.
3. So the creature, the thing, got 5 successes. I am going to reduce a success for every success you got. So that brings it
I have
down
a
to 2.
question.
Yes, go ahead.
So I have my perk is that I can thwart the unnatural.
Yes.
Can I do this to save the Reverend's ass?
No, that is only against yourself.
I was going to also,
or if you could visually see, like, if you knew that a vampire was using mind control on someone, you could do that to thwart it. But there's no supernatural power being used here except for the strength of the creature.
Oh, okay. So if I have something called repel the unnatural?
That you can take a moment to do that, but not in this instance.
Okay.
You can, though, your relic shields you. So if you'd like, we can use your relic shield. That'll give you basically a point of armor.
Yes, please.
Okay. So 5 total successes. However, we're 2 on the danger, so this is 7. Okay?
Okay.
You made 3 successes, which brings that down to 4. And you have armor 3.
So it's 3.
So you are taking 3 aggravated damage. And I believe the Reverend only has 3 health.
Yep.
Boom.
So she goes right through the staircase. And her body just kind of lands limp on the steps.
Yeah.
I see this, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, what is everyone's reaction?
So, I see this thing, it's happening in front of me, and then I try to draw its attention and remind it of who I am and the fact that I'm back. And then I book around the corner trying to taunt it into the kitchen.
Okay, give me a, I think, charisma and intimidation.
Can I use my unseemly aura to help him? Since I'm close by?
Your unseemly aura?
Yeah.
Your unseemly aura will allow you to interact with the creature as if you were not a mortal.
Okay. Okay, so if that's the case, and I'm still bleeding from everywhere, I would look at it as it starts to chase him and say, stop.
Okay, let's first of all roll for the check.
It starts to chase me, and you're telling it to stop from chasing me?
Yeah, because I would have tried to. If I would have known that, I would have tried to use it to stop it from attacking the Reverend. But I didn't know that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to lure it into the kitchen.
Okay, so let's just go with that and see what happens. So go ahead and make your charisma or manipulation, whichever is higher.
Okay.
And then your intimidation.
I don't have anything for intimidation.
So there's just no pool there. That's all.
So there's no pool, and then is there any desperation dice?
There's 4 desperation dice available.
I'm gonna roll them.
No whammies.
All right, so I got, holy crap, 1, 2, 3 9s and a 0.
Okay, that's good.
So I got 4 successes and no
successes.
ones.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I will get to that in 1 second. Sheriff, what are you and the deputy?
So I just cut this boy free.
Yep. When you hear,
I hear the scream.
you hear the scream, and whatever your reaction is to that, a moment later you hear like a freight train hit something.
Okay, I yell, Fred, get the boy outside, and I dash up the stairs.
Okay. Okay.
And I pull the shotgun out as I.
Okay, so you're coming up the stairs. Yep. All right. So, the creature does indeed begin to, like, it just turns its attention down the hallway. It sees Mike, and it starts coming down the hallway at Mike. And you even hear it, like, it must hit the wall in anger or something on the way down. Because, like you hear it break. You hear it break drywall. And it reaches, I'm going to say the deputy and Jessie and yourself are now in the kitchen.
No, I was gonna stay with the Reverend. If that thing is chasing him, I was gonna try to.
The Reverend is down the hall. It's coming from that direction.
Oh, it's coming at us now? Okay.
I was gonna have the.
So you could jump into the dining room, or you could jump out the back door, or you could jump in the kitchen.
Well,
and you
wherever
saw what I
he's
did in the
going-
kitchen.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like jump into the dining room to get out of the way as this thing runs by, and then
Okay.
go to the Reverend.
And I'm going to say that with your, like we talked about, your unnatural presence,
Yeah.
it pays you no regard.
Okay.
Like you duck into there and it just keeps coming down. The cop I'm gonna say is it backs right out the back door. He's the old guy, right? Yeah. He stumbles on the step and a shot from the shotgun goes off. Just as this creature turns the doorway into the kitchen, you see the shotgun round hit it and it's closed. It's wearing sort of these torn overalls and this really filthy blood-stained shirt, and it has a like a pillowcase over its head with holes, but it clearly has blood where its mouth is.
Oh, what was that?
The shotgun goes off and it just shreds the pillowcase. It doesn't seem to have any effect on him. And you see sort of a distorted view of the Tooth Fairy's face. There is no mouth. There is just kind of this strange opening that's left. Skin dangles and it hasn't healed. Like it still drips.
Oof.
And its eyes are black. And it turns the corner and looks at you, and it doesn't even like register that it just got hit with a shotgun round. Sheriff, you arrive at the top of the stairs at this point, and what is Mike going to do?
Well, I was screaming to lure it into the kitchen.
Yeah, it's made a step into the kitchen.
So it says so I am standing now in the kitchen, and I'm seeing this thing.
Yeah, its right hand, there is a belt wrapped many times around its, and it's this massive buckle on its front of its necklace.
I have an incredible sense of calm because this is now full circle. I am now facing the thing that has been the bane of my existence for a decade. So I reach into my coat and I take out the flask. And I take a hit off the flask. and I put the flask back, and then I reach into my pocket, and I pull out my Zippo.
Oh no.
And I go, 1, 2, 3, and it lights. And I spit the bourbon into the flame, into the gas that I've been filling the kitchen up with, where it's standing.
Okay. So, like the hand is just reaching out for you. It's going to grab you. When the flames like run right down its arm, and from this open wound of a face, you hear like sort of almost like a gurgled roar of pain. Sheriff, you just opened the door, and there is fucking light everywhere. As the walls and glass shatter and explode, and you are blown right back down the stairs. I would like both Jessie and Mike to give me a stamina check.
Just a stamina?
Stamina athletics. I will give you stamina athletics.
I got no athletics, so I'm taking desperation dice.
As soon as I open the door, basically I get fireballed back down into the
Yeah, and you literally
You have no
fall down the
eyebrows.
stairs.
2, 3, 4. 4 successes.
4 successes?
I had
No
5.
whammies.
I had 5 when one of them was a 10.
So both of you take 10 damage from the explosion, reduced by the number of successes you just rolled.
So I got half damage. Well, no, it's 6
And
damage.
because it's fire, it's considered aggravated. So you're putting X's in, not slashes.
Oh no.
Do we have health left?
No, I'm blown
Okay.
back.
Okay.
I got one left.
So
I got one left.
Jessie, you feel like part of the dining room roof must come down on you.
Yep. Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Sheriff, you are blown back, and can I have you make the same check, athletics, stamina? But I'm not going to say that these are aggravated on you because you were just opening the door. But this will be bludgeoning damage.
Athletics stamina is my jam. And I'm gonna I'll just add 2 desperation dice. No ones, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 successes.
8 successes. So that's only 2 damage. Non-aggravated is always halved, so you're taking 1 tick on your health box, and it's only a slash as you're sort of knocked down the steps. Okay? You come to rest at the bottom of the steps, and you see those skulls underneath the steps, and you immediately know that the entire house above you is on fire. Artemis, can you have Jessie... What's Jessie doing? She has an enormous amount of weight on her. Oh, the wind's just been knocked out of her, and you can smell smoke. You can also smell burnt flesh.
She is trying desperately to get out from underneath whatever's on top of her and get to the stairs.
Okay. I want you to make a strength athletics check to get out from underneath this rubble.
Okay.
Thanks, Flush.
Okay. Big girl, go home, guys. Okay. Okay, so I got two 10s, and then
So that's a crit. So that's 4 successes.
and then
right there.
three other successes.
Okay. You drag yourself out from underneath the debris. There are flames everywhere. And you then realize there's a piece of metal through your shoulder. You think it's part
That's
of
fine.
You think it's part of the dining room chandelier. It is right through your shoulder and out the back.
Just picturing like a brass rod. Just
Yeah.
were those like tacky brass chandeliers.
You stumble towards the front of the house. There are flames everywhere. The front door is blown off. There's just an opening.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And you see a broken body
Yeah.
on the steps. the reverend's neck should not bend the way it's bent.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry,
above
sweetie.
her-
I'm gonna go.
And above
Yeah.
above her in the wallpaper, her 4 front teeth. Bink, bink, bink,
Yep.
bink. Right in
Yep.
the wall.
Yep. I am running up the stairs to see if I can find the girl.
Okay.
Yes.
So you stumble up the stairs.
Yep.
Ryan,
At this point, go big or go home.
your young sheriff comes running into the basement. Sheriff, you down here? The whole house fucking exploded.
I get up to one knee and I'm sure I got my bell rung pretty good.
Oh yeah, your ears are ringing.
And I like that, and I just all I can hear is that scream echoing in my head. And I look down, I'm kind of blurry. I pick up my hat off the ground.
Yep.
Priorities.
I put my hat on. I drop the shotgun, and I just full tilt as fast and as hard as I can straight upstairs through
Okay.
the fire.
As you start to run upstairs, your deputy grabs you. He's like, "You can't go up there. The whole house is on fire."
I give him.
Yeah,
give
take
a
him
shot.
right in the bridge of the nose. You feel his nose break. Like no one's keeping you back from your daughter. And he's like, he just falls
Yes.
back. Oh, my nose!
Get over it, Fred.
You run up and you burst through the steps and make your way to the stairs upstairs.
Yeah, straight upstairs.
Okay, Jessie, you get to the landing on the top of the steps.
Through the fire and the flames. Going.
You can see that there's four doors, a bathroom and 3 bedrooms. One is closed though. The others are not.
Okay, I run to that one.
Yep. You open it. The room is on fire. There is
Okay.
smoke everywhere. Anne holds a teenage girl,
Yeah.
a knife to her throat. Anne has blood coming down the side of her head, and her hair must have caught fire because it is in a bad way.
Oh yeah. I don't look very good either.
The kid looks in rough shape too,
Yeah.
and she's like,
And
"Don't you fucking move!"
I'm just like bleeding all over the place. And let her go. Let her go.
She has it good. She has it too good. Do you know what he did to us?
Yes, actually. I looked it up.
Give me a composure persuasion on that.
Okay. Persuasion.
Yeah.
Two crits and 2 successes.
Okay. She starts to cry. She goes, No, you're not supposed to know, are you? You're not supposed to know. And she's not really that strong. You can tell that she's gonna hurt this girl. She can't hold the girl and the knife. The girl's not fighting. But Ryan, you come to the top of the stairs. You can see Jessie in the room. Anne has your daughter. And you have a side shot on her, but it's going to be difficult.
I can't take the shot.
Take the shot.
What's in the box?
Has she noticed me?
No.
Take the shot.
Do it.
It's
Come on,
almost
Ryan.
better-
It's a one shot.
It's almost
We can
better
go
if I
home,
miss,
man.
though, isn't it?
Okay.
Take
All right.
the
Well, it depends
shot.
on which direction you miss
I'll
it.
take the shot.
Okay, we're getting dexterity and firearms here, and you're going to get
No.
+2 extra dice because she does not know you're there.
Woo!
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Dexterity and firearms.
Dexterity and firearms.
So 3 and 3 is 6.
Yeah, I'm going to give you another
+2.
+2. That's
Plus
8.
2 is 8.
And you have a
all.
4. You know what? Seeing your daughter this way, I'm bumping the pool to 5. You can roll 5 extra dice if you want.
So
Come on, Ryan.
That's
Come on, man.
3.
Be the
Roll
dad we all
all
know you
the
can be.
dice. Roll all the dice.
Hold on. So I'm
Roll
just trying to
all-
get. So a regular.
Chad is
roll-
also saying, take it. Take it.
All right. So I have 6 normally, plus 2 because she didn't see me is 8,
Yep.
and then 5.
Up to 5 from the pool.
So 13.
I'm gonna roll the 5 desperation dice first.
Yes, you are!
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
One good shot. Okay, no ones.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
So
Okay.
2 successes.
2 successes.
I'll tally.
How fucking stressed out we all are.
Viking just goes shoot the bitch.
Okay, now I'm rolling 8 more.
Oh shit!
8 more.
Okay.
Jared, we gotta fix your bot, man.
That's not
1,
me, is
2,
it?
3, 4,
Yeah, it is.
5,
It's your
6,
bot.
7 successes.
I don't have Streamlabs.
Jesus!
7?
So I
7
have
in
a total
total?
9 successes.
Nine.
Okay, and the gun itself, so how this works in Hunter, you would get for scoring a hit, you would do 1 damage plus the damage of the weapon. The pistol is 2, so that would take that to 3 damage, but then we add another damage for every success past the first one.
Jesus.
So another
So
6
8
successes.
or 6.
Yeah. So, dude,
Like,
one
we got it right in the
shot. The
neck.
gun goes off, and the back of her head comes off,
You!
and she just like the knife drops.
I run forward and grab the
Jessie,
girl.
you see
Yep.
her eyes roll back, and she just falls, and the girl is just like shaking, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I run forward and grab the girl
Yeah.
and start trying to get out of the house.
At which point the scene fades, and as we come up, there's ambulances, there's police, the house is burning. Ryan and his daughter, Sheriff Rose and his daughter, are sitting in the back of an ambulance. They're checking her out, but he won't let her go. Our poor Dustin is just been loaded into an ambulance with the doors closing up, and it's leaving. The fire chief comes. You know, Jessie's standing there with the sheriff. The fire chief comes and goes, Sheriff, I got your reverend's body. I got Anne's body from upstairs. That's all I got.
You didn't find Mike?
Oh, the deputies got out.
No, Mike.
Oh, no, and Mike's body. Sorry. Yes, of
Oh,
course.
Okay. Okay.
But this this big
It was
man,
Mike all along.
no body. Are you sure he was in there?
Damn it.
I don't think I saw it.
No.
No. I didn't see anything.
You came
Jessie is like frantic when you
Which
say
totally
that.
tracks.
Yeah. We found a large number of remains scattered in the greenhouse. And we got a pile of skulls in the basement. Close to 20. And at that, the credits start to roll. You know, the music comes up, and we end our story of the Toothfairy in Ridgeway, Pennsylvania.
Jeez.
What's the post-credit scene?
The post-credit scene is maybe an alleyway in Pittsburgh, raining, and a dark shadow with a pillowcase over its
No.
head, standing.
And a little cat looks at it.
Oh,
Oh.
oh no.
And that ends. That was
That'd be
great.
Today of all days.
That was
Oh.
great.
Gosh.
I did not save 7 souls.
So listen, that wraps up our playthrough of Hunter the Reckoning. This has been the Toothfairy. I can't take full credit for writing this scenario. The Gentleman's Guide to Gaming, right over on YouTube. That creator gave me the original idea for the story, and then I just fleshed it out for our purposes. And I think it turned out okay.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That's great.
If you have not,
Yeah, you did amazing, Jer.
if you have not donated yet, go, and you have the ability to do so, of course, go over to Extra Life, throw a couple bucks their way. if you have the opportunity, check out our guests here, our players, over on their Instagram and their other channels. I see some
Yeah,
link,
I'm starting
like
to
I
post
saw
them in there.
Nerd Circus link go up there. You know, Canadian Dice, Corvée Miniatures.
I don't know why your link is not working, Emily.
It's Corvée, I think, not Emily.
Is it
No.
Corvée?
Or
No, she's got you under Emily on here, so I don't know.
It came up as Corvée when I
Oh,
typed it in.
well, what the? She put it
Anyways,
on the screen.
and to my players, just stick around for a sec. We can say goodbye once we're offline here. Thank you again, everybody. It's really late. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I had a blast. And check out our next one-shot. Comes up next week, Artemis, or when? Do you know when it is?
Okay, so tomorrow, Affy and I are being interviewed by Tabletop Misfits over on their channel.
Okay.
We don't have anything on Thursday. Friday is Fixius 5. Saturday is Becky's one shot while you were sleeping.
Okay.
And then Canadian Thanksgiving happens. We don't have anything until Tuesday. So.
Well,
And
there
that's
you
me.
go. Check out the one shot on Saturday. Do any of you have anything you'd like to say before we go? I'll give you an opportunity here.
Thank you all for inviting me. This was a wonderful Halloween adventure. That was a really cool thing to be a part of, and I appreciate the invite. If anybody wants to follow me, I'm at @TStashwick on the Insta, and then and if you want to watch anything that I'm on, go to Hulu and watch 12 Monkeys. That's
Go check out 12 Monkeys.
That's a fun one.
I knew nothing about this show until someone pointed me in its direction about a year ago, and I really enjoyed it.
It's a good time, and if you're a hard sci-fi fan and time travel, it's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I got.
Awesome.
And yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Until next time.
hi.
I'm going to try to take us out of here. This is not my forte.